Black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm blacker than black, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm blacker than black, and I'm black, y'all.
Make me feel like a president. First black president. Dum, 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 dum.
Household mired in poverty, I wondered, was the American dream for kids who were devastated by poverty, devastated by the challenges of life?
Yo, I'm Jay Prince for president. I'm signing in an executive order giving the Black House government to do powers such as: one, pay $5 to time people out for 5 minutes. Pay $10 to time people out for 10 minutes. Thirdly, pay $20 to change the topic at any given time. And lastly, pay $50 to create their own law inside of the campaign. In addition to that, anybody could come with the additional $50 to change that law into their liking. I'm Jay Prince for president of United Negro Kingdom, and I approve these orders.
Debate night, but we're not in Milwaukee.
Don't be fucking rude. Are you kidding me?
What's going on? What's the word, Black House? I'm Jay Prince, the president of the United Negro Nation of the Black House. Welcome aboard, y'all. How y'all doing? Me and the Secretary of State, Flora, gonna pop on another show. We decided to do a show earlier during the day because typically she goes to work during first shift, and it be pushing, it be over hard bearing on her. She be at work sleepy and stuff like that. So I think this was best to do a show a lot earlier. And yeah, so today we're going to be talking about a whole multitude of topics. There's going to be some very triggering topics. Disclaimer, we're going to be talking about different type of triggering topics. We don't mean to be hateful. We don't mean to be practice hate speech and nothing like that. So we're going to be extra cautious, but we're going to speak our minds. Then after we get done, I think around the first hour, about the second and a half hour, we're going to drop the link for other people to come up. But further ado, let me shout out to people in the chat. Just Being Jazzy's podcast, Crafty Ideas and Chill Spots. He said, "Hey, what up, Jazzy? How you doing?" Secretary of State, hey girl, how you doing? What's up with the black flags? Yes, ma'am. Oh, y'all also be forgetting that we also have the Purple Hearts, represents the royalty of the Black House and something to inspire you to become. And the Purple Heart represent like achieving like goals and achieving stuff. You know, it represents the Purple Heart of royalty. You know, the stuff that values. Goals could be with your kids, doing something with your children, completing your mental health, you know, achieving obstacles. It could be with mental health issues or stuff like that. So that Purple Heart is a magnitude of representations of accomplishments. So that's one of the part of the Black House. And the diamond represents, because diamonds have all colors in there, and it means that we got love for everyone. You know, we don't have hatred for nobody. We get bitter and bigger back and forth, but you know, that's what the diamond represent. So those are the Black House colors and the symbols of the Black House. The black flag is our coat, our skin. The Purple Heart is something of achievements. And the diamond is one love. You know, we love everybody. It has every color in there. So except for the black flag, except for the color of black, and that's why we replaced it with the black flag. So yeah. Danielle, again, she said, hey everyone, happy Sunday to everyone. Elite Bell, Zoe 101. She said, JP for Pete, what's going on, Elite Bell? What's going on, T-Town? Oh my God, it's an honor. I'm so grateful. Thank you, Flora. Oh, she must have rinsed you up. So anyway, we're going to be talking about a magnitude of topics. Let me get myself together. I've been moving forward. I've been feeling so good, y'all. I've been moving forward in a very positive direction. Like the direction that I've been moving in, it has been so extremely positive. And it's been kind of cool. So, but further ado, let me bring up my home team, my Secretary of State, Flora, the motherfucking Bella. What's going on, young lady?
Oh, I'm muted. Hey, what's up?
How you doing, Baniqua?
I'm good. How are you, Mr. President?
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty fine. I'm feeling kind of good. Just got out the shower. Shower make you feel like you've been rebirthed. I think I should have took a walk. I ate some tacos and some nachos today, but
Yeah.
I'm feeling kind of stiff. So yeah.
Oh boy.
So hey, JP, I'm loving y'all's content. Shout out to T-Town. Thank you. This is some great content that I believe. Okay. So, how you feeling today?
I'm great. I'm feeling energized. I'm feeling awake.
Mm-hmm.
So
I feel a lot way more better and more comfortable.
Yes.
I told you this would be a great idea.
Yeah. You like to be up nice and late, but for someone like myself, that's hell.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad that
yeah. And there's a lot of people that's watching that's in the same position. They be missing out on our content because most people be asleep. Preferably people that watch us probably in their 30s and up. So typically they probably sleep unless they work third shift. You want to start off with a video?
I guess I'll start. So, good evening, Black House. Welcome to the show today. JP gave a trigger warning, so I'm sure, his material is going to be very dusty. But I also want to give a trigger warning because, I guess some of the things discussed are just like, worth giving a little bit of a trigger warning. So I wanted to start off with this story about Justin Bieber. And if anybody has been paying attention to him, his social media lately, he recently has posted some pretty disturbing pictures. Let me just X out of this other tab over here. Do that. He recently posted some disturbing pictures. Like there's him with like tears filled up in his eyes. He just kind of seems emotionally disturbed. His wife is putting different links and stuff like that. Not links, different quotes on his pictures that are like kind of cryptic.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to watch this video that's on Rumble. Okay, Rumble is the ghetto of the internet. Like it's like a ghetto or YouTube. But they have this video about Justin Bieber. Hey, Tezzy Cade, happy Sunday. But they have this video about him because Justin Bieber has had some recent disturbing things come up about him. Like there was that one clip with him in the club with Trey Songz and Odell Beckham. I won't show that because that was cringy. There's that video of him being groped from the back by Will Smith's son. Just a lot of weird stuff with him. And now there's these pictures he's dropping of himself, with tears in his eyes, kind of seeming like something's wrong. And he has a history of drug abuse, mental illness, all types of other stuff. So this is kind of like a little bit conspiracy theory-ish, kind of. It's Rumble, if it's there for a reason. But do you have let me see, do you have a fair use? Let's do this. But let us. Well, so first of all, what are your thoughts on him just posting a picture like this?
This goes to show. Um, I'm glad he's transparent about it because this goes to show not only that he's a white man, but he's a white man with money and success. And it goes to show you that money do not cure everything. Money isn't the answer. You know,
Well,
I would not want to be. I would not want to be in that mental state.
yeah, I definitely understand that. What do you mean, white man though? Like, what does that have to do with him? Like, what he's gone through in the industry?
Because we all know white men has privileges. They don't go through the same type of stuff. Far as like, I'm not talking about just mental health issues, but as a white man, they have more deeper privileges than black men will have.
Okay.
And to see him go through the stuff that he go through as a white man, you know, it's very telling.
Okay. All right. That's a pretty candid reaction. I'll take that. Hey, Brownie. All right. So let me go to the Rumble video. This is it. Obviously, you can tell by, just the thumbnail what kind of video it is. But bear with me, guys. I love conspiracy theories. Hey, DB. It's still a patriarchy that black men do benefit from. No excuses, JP. Yeah, that's the problem. I'm just going to say this quick, JP, and then we can argue it later. But I don't understand why when black men see stuff that happens to other men, specifically white men, like the first thing you say is like, oh, well, they're a white man going through it, so it's different. Like, I feel like to some extent, there's a point where like when white people don't have money or any type of like, power, then they don't really experience privilege the same way. Okay, I'm gonna leave it there because I don't want nobody to attack me. I know the way they're regarded in society is gonna be what it is, but I just don't get like how you are so quick to discount what white men go through just because some of them might actually have like power and stuff.
A lot of us don't care about white men or white people tears. That's just the sums of it.
Okay,
And
fair enough. I don't I don't want to go too far into it right now. We'll leave it there. But okay, so I'll play this.
This is the last headlamp you will need.
Oh,
Don't
Lord.
buy another flashlight until you've seen what this new headlamp can do.
Don't risk losing your photos and videos. This innovative stick makes it easy to back up your smartphone. It's compatible with all devices like Android.
Justin Bieber has been sending us Justin Bieber.
What? He didn't discount nothing yet, damn floor. Okay, relax. Y'all be ready to windmill for dudes. Relax. It's because black men see their issue as the only issue. Yeah, I agree. I'm not gonna lie, Jay Prince. It does come across sometimes like, like black men are kind of like one-trick ponies. You don't really see anything outside of your experience, and that's why it's so easy for you guys to discount the experiences of black women. But I don't want to trigger you.
No, real quick before you move forward, it's gonna be real quick. And you got any white person, black woman, white woman, will they want to have this? Will they want to walk the same shoes as a black man? And they all will say absolutely not, which would tells you that black man goes through the worst mental health, physical health, all kinds of stuff. So I would tell any white man, Justin Bieber, welcome to we've been going through this stuff. So it's not should be a shocker because this white man is crying. Black man been crying tears and going through mental stuff. Like you always say, black men is the biggest ones that be self-deleting themselves. So obviously black man goes through the worst stuff. So I'm more focused on my black man first before I begin to be focused on some white man.
Sure. Okay, so let's play the video, all right? And I get what you're saying, but let's try to be empathetic to Justin Bieber's experience, other people in Hollywood, etc.
Has been sending us messages for years that he needs help.
He needs our help to get out of the control of the satanic elite. Today, Justin Bieber posted images of himself crying, which were hidden amongst many other images on his Instagram. His wife also posted an image of Justin Bieber, the words, "I'm so unwell," which is weird. This comes days after an article was posted where they are trying to silence Justin Bieber. In the article, his friends claim that they are worried Justin Bieber is spiraling back into addiction into drugs and alcohol. The article states Justin also suffers from violent outbursts. All of this is to silence Justin Bieber because he does not want to be a part of their satanic occult. They have tried to get him to be a part of the occult since he was a child, and he has said no. If they can't control him that way, they have to.
So, okay, so I have my tinfoil hat on, and this is my question, right? Because I've heard this a lot about Justin Bieber, that he keeps being humiliated and going through these things because he doesn't agree to satanic whatever, da da da. If that is true, why is there so many, like, if he's supposedly resisting whatever industry stuff, first of all, why is he still successful? And why is it that so many like clips and things come out of him in like compromising situations? I don't know. What do you think?
What do you mean?
Well, so I think wouldn't the point of cooperating with the industry, making money, being successful, and all that be so that you can, make all, like, be that person, like you coming out as being used like as a sexual slave and all that? That wouldn't necessarily fit with your glamorous Hollywood image that they're selling you. Like that's where they kind of lose me. I don't know. What do you think?
The way they present him.
Yeah, like why would they, if he was doing all this to be successful and that's why he was successful, why are they humiliating him? I guess. Like I know you saw that clip of, what's his name? Will Smith's son grabbing him from the back and like humping him and shit.
Mm-hmm.
So like, yeah, I don't know.
Hey, I'm sorry, but this goes back to what I was saying earlier. Black Hollywood, they does do the same thing to us. But that's something what Hollywood do. I'm kind of grateful to see a white man actually go through it.
Okay.
No, it's coming off like, because if a black man would have posted him crying like Tyrese, everybody was calling him a bitch. But this white man,
hold on, Tyrese was crying about
him want to be with kids.
No, he was crying about child support. Justin Bieber has allegedly been abused in the industry since he was a child. Like, how are those two the same thing?
Well, a lot of black folks said they have been abused in Hollywood.
One was a weak bandit that was willing to pay for Benihanas in his house, but not pay child support. And the other one is literally a victim of child abuse. Like,
white man get to be a victim. Black boys can't. What about
who abused Tyrese? I mean, are you fucking?
No, but I'm not just focused on Tyrese, but we do have black boys that became black men who Hollywood has abused. But how come we got to care and be so concerned with white man going?
Tyrese is crying about child support. But a young boy coming into the industry and being abused.
I'm not just talking about Tyrese, but we have had black men that was black boys in Hollywood that was also, but the reason why I don't know why it's never been talked about, because don't nobody give a fuck about what happens to black men, but we supposed to care about what this white boy. They had this Justin Bieber crap in my daughter's school, and I got real offended by that. Like, I don't want my daughters to be caring about some white man tears and don't even give a fuck about her own black man tears. No, I don't believe in loving everybody else before we love us first. No.
What does that have to do with empathizing with an individual victim?
It's so hard to empathize with a white man or any other man.
I don't choose who to empathize with based on race. I choose what people gone through. And if somebody is a victim and they're talking about the victimhood, the things that they've gone through, I'm not going to start, oh, you're a white man, so I don't give a fuck. Like, I have empathy for people, white or not. So
I have empathy for my black men first. It's crazy that you can see.
You don't even have empathy for black people. It's just black men.
No, but it's so crazy that when it comes to use a black woman yourself, and to see you have this is the first time I ever saw you have this much empathy when it comes to whiteness. But when it comes to black men who go through stuff, y'all be like, oh, he stopped crying like a victim. When you see a black man crying or going through something, oh, he a bitch. But you can sit up here and want us to give a damn about this white man what he go through.
That's not true.
This nigga's been going through worse.
Calm down. I have advocated for black male victims, especially Raz B, who claimed or not. Yeah, there's Raz B, but there's also that DJ that worked for Diddy, who talks about how he was harassed and he was sexually made uncomfortable and all of that. So I empathize with any victims. It's not about race. You're the one inserting race here. I don't think.
No, we rarely see black women. I'm not just saying this is not a black woman thing, but our black women be want to love everybody else but what I'm saying is our black women be choosing to care and love every other motherfucker but the motherfucker who created the bitch.
That's not true.
We never see no black woman
talking about. I thought you were
what black men go through, but you worrying about what this white motherfucker go through. I'm sorry, he got enough money and resource to get everything to fix his problem. So fuck his problem. Cody said they laughed at Raz B.
Who laughed at Raz B? You idiots, you nakers. You guys cannot be mad at the fact that you guys don't take what happens to you guys seriously. And I just don't think that's true. Like, you're just conflating a few.
I don't care about this white man.
Nobody does that. Black women are the biggest support. We're the biggest supporters of the entire.
No, that's bullshit. Black Panther them days true, but the black women of today, that's cap. No, it's not. Black women is not the supporter of the black man at all.
The people who were protesting, the people who were part of Black Matter,
that's their nature. Just get into some shit.
You just be talking sometimes.
Okay, why when we be protesting about getting our kids, how come y'all don't do nothing about it? Y'all don't go to the court system and fight for that.
Hold on. Why would we fight your battles? Fight your own fucking battles. If you want to
participate in the tears of black men.
If you want to fight for your children, fight for your damn kids. You don't need black women to do anything.
But you are the opponent. How you are the opponent?
So that's the problem. You guys are so busy fighting.
You want us to give a damn about this white man shit? Fuck him.
You're fighting black women and black children to the point that you're not doing nothing. You're not fighting the oppressor, the big bad white man that you're always crying about. None of that. That's the problem with a lot of you ninjas.
Yeah, because we raised around women, so we more submissive. All we do is to plan them and bitch like a female because that's how we was brought up by women. I do believe that is so. Partially, you are right. We was brought up by women, so we act like women when it comes to these type of stuff. We don't think about going out there fighting and standing up for what we believe in, like black men did before before they removed the black man from the homes. So I do, we've been acting
you were never removed from any home. Nobody came and took you out of the home, and then black women advocated for the government not to take you out of the home.
That's bullshit. You gonna tell them black women to turn down them child support courts and all the other type of tear that.
Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Why don't you tell?
Why would they do it? It would give kids their black fathers back.
Their black.
It would bring home the black fathers.
No, how about you guys go take care of your children and then women won't need child support? You know how you make the child support problem disappear? By taking care of your kids. Ooh.
Man, y'all full of shit.
So scary.
So you got some more stuff you want to talk about this white man? You want us to give a fuck about him? Black man, I'm sorry. Black man been going through so much mental stress, all kinds of shit. We don't. Maybe I got this hardened feeling because as a black man, we have been through all of this stuff and going through a lot worse. To see a white man shed some motherfucking tears, it's not no fucking big to do. Boo hoo, boo hoo. Tell that punk to suck it up, put them tears in his girl body, and stop crying like a bitch. Well, hey, that's what y'all cheer when we cry. We can't even go through stuff. I'm about to check that. I got you.
But Cody, you just always have to. You know what, Cody? When it's time to talk, I want your black ass to come up on the panel and talk, because you always tell me I don't know what I'm talking about, and I want you to tell me what you're talking about then. Because it's always my goal. He wants to soften me up with the little accent. Tell me what it is you don't agree with what I'm saying. Make your point, Cody. Make your point instead of just saying I'm wrong and you agree with what's his name, with JP, just because he's the president.
The Super Mario Brothers $5 say, but wait, doesn't she support Taz and Simp Nation?
How is Taz and Simp Nation being put on the same boat?
I don't know how that correlates.
Disrespect for people.
The ones who claim they don't do anything for dusty men that go hard for dusty men. I don't even understand that rhetoric. Trevor 1, men are built to carry heavy burdens, JP's. You are the one crying. So if men Trevor 1, if men are built to carry heavy burdens, right? So we can move past this white man janitor. Fuck him. Welcome aboard. Fuck him.
No.
Well, why is tears matter?
Because he's a victim. He's a victim in the industry, and we're not going to get rid of our empathy.
Black men was victims all over the industry.
Let's talk about a black victim too.
Black men have been a victim of this industry, from being called rapists, from being doing all kinds of shit.
No, Cody, I would be right here because I really don't like the fact that you guys don't have empathy for other men. Just because you don't care about their experience.
Fuck them. Welcome aboard. Fuck them. Fuck his tears. Fine. His tears don't mean a goddamn thing.
Well, let's finish.
Crying, and we had to put our tears in our bodies because not only the world don't give a fuck about we cry, our own race of women will laugh at us will laugh us out the fucking house if she see us crying. We have had talk shows at the talk shows of the reason why black men don't even open up to black women. But now you want to sit up here and talk about when a white man crying. Fuck them. The only motherfucking man you should be worried about is the race of men who created the black woman. Period. And it wasn't no goddamn white man.
You know what, Mike? That's a pretty good point. You know, JP hates white men, but
I don't hate him.
Okay.
I don't hate them. What I call out the truthful stuff, and I'm checking my race of women. Stop giving a how the fuck you give a fuck about everybody else but your own race of people. Stop trying to love every motherfucking body else and try to get this white man fucking approval when your own race of people is fucked up first.
You are going to have an aneurysm. Relax.
Oh, shit.
Calm your ass down, first of all. You know what I find so funny about you guys? You guys don't understand the fact that we have a large amount of empathy for people in general, right? We love all people. Renee literally took the words out of my mouth. We care about everybody. It's not about race.
Everybody friend is nobody friend.
You're literally trying to separate.
Another motherfucker more than you do the motherfucker you come from. We ain't no motherfucking equal pattern. We no motherfucking white man. Okay, the black man is the one who created the black bitch.
Okay, I thought you were done with the bullshit.
Man, ain't no such thing as a black.
I thought you were done with the bullshit. Are you going to apologize for calling black women the B word? I know some thirsty. Okay, we're gonna continue with Justin Bieber because you're not gonna stop me from playing this. All right, so let us see. JP's gonna keep crying, and let's see. All right, so let's continue the video. He just had a little outburst. Yeah.
to get him addicted to substances so that they can have full control over Justin Bieber. We have seen this multiple times. The mainstream media is always trying to paint celebrities that do not join their cult as crazy people, anything to smear their image so the public takes nothing they say with any credibility. Kanye West and Britney Spears are both examples of this, and now they're trying to do it to Justin Bieber too. We are in a spiritual war, and Satanists are currently running the planet. Make sure to follow with the notifications on. My next
Yeah, so okay, so we're gonna stop with that one, and then we're gonna do this one right here, right? Justin Bieber, I guess he had a little bit of a breakdown when he was talking about another person in the industry that he's working with, and the whole point that I was trying to make with the clips, not just to make Justin Bieber a victim, but to talk about the industry and how they're running through men or people in general, but specifically men, because people don't talk about men who are victims. So. Let me just pull this up really quick here, and we're gonna play it. Okay.
I just want to protect her, I don't want her to lose it. I don't want her to, go through anything I went through. I don't wish that upon anybody.
Okay, so do you have any thoughts on that? Right, because you just tried to diminish Justin Bieber.
What happened with him?
Okay, I'm gonna replay it really quickly.
Were you snorting cocaine?
Are you serious?
What?
Don't be like that. This is actually a serious situation. So
it's not that serious to me. I'm used to it.
I just want to protect her, I don't want her to lose it. I don't want her to, go through anything I went through. I don't wish that upon anybody.
Wow! I feel violated right now. Wow.
Just lean into me again. You smell amazing. How old are you?
Thank you.
How old are you?
I'm 16. I'll be 17 in like 2 weeks.
I don't ever remember smelling that good at 16. Like that was bad. Yeah. Wow, look at your eyes. What music are you listening to?
So what do you have to say about that?
I mean, what should I say?
So he's clearly describing instances where people violated him. Everyone saw it, but nobody thought anything of it. They just actually laughed. They thought it was funny. Nobody saw him as a victim. How do you feel about that?
Well, it's kind of hard to see that because black men been getting done like that forever, and nobody gave a fuck. So y'all got to forgive me if this is how the way I've been brought up, and my heart been cold and been hardened because nobody gave a fuck about how black men been. So I'm damn sure I ain't gonna give a fuck about what happened to no white man. You can miss me with that shit. I'm sorry. I'm not empathy for no white man.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Let's see a lot of black men first, then I might give a fuck about them.
This is ridiculous. Hey, Shiesty Bum. And if you make a lot of money, go ahead and avoid cocaine. All right, so we're just going to ignore the fact that he was literally violated. All right. Cool. All right. So do you think black men lack empathy?
No. So, it's not the fact that black man lacks empathy. It's the fact that black men have been through so much trauma and no one gave a fuck. Not even our own race of women. She was too busy being a mammy for the United States of America. She gives a fuck about the white man kids than her own race of the kids. That's the fucking problem. So when you sit up here, it's not that black men lack empathy. It's the fact that black men is numb to pain. And so when we see another man,
Okay, JP, can we stop there before you go into another soliloquy? Okay, black men are riddled with pain. All their lives, they've had to fight. Okay, now what? Now what?
Hey, this is my response is a
Can I
result.
just ask? Do we just stay sad? Do you just fight? Do you cry? Do you play the victim the rest of what now? That's what my question is. You guys get to victimhood and you stop there. So what? What next? How do black men move forward? How do they grow?
It's not about. It's damn sure ain't growing about caring about nobody, giving a fuck about nobody else before us. That's damn shit. That's damn sure ain't growth. You ain't gonna sit up here and try to dumb me out and say growth is giving a fuck about other races or people. Fuck no.
But just forget the other race. What about their victimhood? Do you not care? Like, let's just say that you were being asked how you feel about the situation. Would you just say, "Oh, they're white, so I don't care that they're a victim"?
Well, R. Kelly was a victim, right?
R. Kelly was a perpetrator.
No, R. Kelly was
R.
a victim
Kelly was
first.
a perpetrator. He went to jail for racketeering, meaning he
Right.
had a criminal
So
organization.
he didn't get Greg when he was a kid.
Whether he did or not, he made the choice to become a
Right, but you want us to give a fuck about
as soon as he became a perpetrator, what he went through went out the window. I'm not saying that it doesn't mean that what he went through doesn't matter anymore, but that is not a reason. That's not an excuse. That's not any type of instance where you can say, "Oh, well, he did it because of." No, you can't use that. That's not a thing, right? He's a victim. But because, regardless of the fact that he was a victim, he still chose to become a perpetrator, even though he knew what it felt to be victimized. So I think even more so, it's even more disappointing. So since we're on that one, though, there's another story I want to cover because we're doing some news level stuff. Are you okay with me moving to the next one?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I'm gonna move. This one is actually an interesting one, and I wanted to talk about this one because I wanted to see what your perspective was. All right, this was a guy who he had I guess you can say a psychotic break, right?
My head is hurting. I've been doing all that yelling.
What did you say?
My head hurting. I've been yelling on. I'm trying to cool it off.
I told you were gonna burst a bubble in your head. You gotta relax. But so obviously, trigger warning. This is a story about some type of violence with a family. So just want to give a trigger warning. But in this case, this man drove his family off a cliff. They said he had some sudden mental reaction, and so that's what caused him to. Can I bring? Okay. He had a sudden mental, psychotic episode, and that caused him to drive his family off the cliff. Something by some miracle, he didn't die. But I want to read this. I want to see what your thoughts are on his punishment. How they're dealing with what happened to this man. So, all right, can you see it, or should I make it bigger? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I just got the fan on me.
Oh, okay. Can you see it well, or should I make it bigger?
Y'all can see it.
Okay. All right. So I'm just gonna read this, and then we'll talk about it. We'll listen to the clip too. All right. So a California doctor drove his Tesla with his family inside off a 250-foot cliff because he thought his kids would be trafficked. Dharmesh Patel had a psychotic episode causing him to launch his car off a cliff, according to new expert witnesses. Patel was driving on the Pacific Coast Highway when he suddenly whipped the car off the road. Miraculously, he, his wife, and his two children, 4 and 7, survived. Psychologist Dr. Mark Patterson said Patel suffered from psychosis, which peaked before the incident. He said Patel heard footsteps following him. Patel's wife initially told investigators that he was depressed and that he wanted to drive his car off the cliff. Patel is seeking mental health diversion, which would release him from jail and put him on a treatment plan for 2 years. Assuming he doesn't commit any other crimes, the charges would be dropped. All right, so this is the man there. They obviously blocked the child out. But let me see.
Oh, that's like the air family.
That's the car. They had to go out there and rescue them. You see, they have them. It was a pretty crazy situation. obviously, I would say that right now, and like, probably for the last since the pandemic, I think it's probably steamrolled. But we've kind of been in a downward spiral, I would say, as a society in terms of mental health. Obviously, she knew he was depressed. This is not the wife's fault. That's not the point I'm making here. But she knew he was depressed. He mentioned suicidality before. Sorry, deletionidality, whatever, however you want to call it. And unfortunately, he decided to plunge his car. But I think it's kind of interesting that his family lasted, that his family survived. But what do you think about the diversion that his attorney is seeking? Let me take this off. What do you think about them choosing or trying to seek for him to, go into some sort of treatment and then eventually have the charges dropped versus him being charged with a crime?
So what really took place? Like, you know how to replay the video? Just give me a summary.
So it looks like something happened. They were behind the car. They were driving, and then something prompted him to yank the car off the cliff, trying to lead his family because he thought, I don't know, the reasoning about the trafficking was weird. I don't know where that came from, but he had some type of psychotic break. He, was accidentally, or not accidentally, but something prompted him to try and delete his family and his life and his own life, but they all survived. And so because they all survived, they want him, they don't want him to be they don't want him to be charged with any crimes. They just want him to be able to get mental health treatment and, hopefully heal from whatever caused him to do that.
Well, I think he should get his mental health treatment from the joint. And that's what they would do to us. If I try to run, if me and a black woman if I got a family with a black woman and I try to run my shit off the damn thing and everybody survive, guess what they're gonna? Yeah, we're gonna give you mental health, Jay Prince, for president. We understand that you fucked up in the head. And mom, we seen your mom and them come up here, your sister and them at the courts. Your family, you got a very supportive family. They enlighten us on how you was brought up. You had a rough childhood and all this other type of stuff. But sir, we're gonna give you your mental health. It's gonna be from the Waupun Correctional Facility. What is the Waupun Correctional Facility? Yes, it's a mental health treatment center. It's in a prison compound, cell block 3. So you will be in prison for the next that's attempted murder. At least attempted murder, you get 15 years per person. So that's about for the next 45 to 60 years, sir. Have a good day.
I'm gonna have to agree with you on this one. I definitely thought, and I'll say this, I don't think that it's been decided. I don't think the court has said, oh, he's gonna get off or anything. Honestly, I think I probably should go back and do some research again, and we talk about it later. But I don't think that he should be able to be going through a mental health diversion program either. I think to some extent he is suffering from mental health issues. But I think there's some domestic violence in there. I think he probably is used to threatening to hurt himself and hurt the family as a way of ambushing his wife. I think his wife is probably very much so a victim of his, his children are obviously victims. It doesn't matter that they survived. So I'm going to agree with you on this one that I do think he should be formally charged. But I was curious.
But a question to you. Is it the reason why you agree with me because he's not a white man, but he's like an Arabic man that
no
women?
You want to know why I agree with you on this one, JP? Because if
that would have been a white man, I don't think he would agree.
If it was a white man, I would feel the same way. Because I think the problem with letting him go into a mental health diversion program is not addressing the DV in the situation, right? I think a lot of the times they'll be like, oh, well, everyone survived. They're lucky. This is a second chance. Like I saw someone write in the chat, this is a second chance for him and his family. But I think that's a very typical way that a narc and other type of abusive personalities will ambush the people they love into staying with them, into dealing with them. And all of that is by kind of doing some some egregious things like this. I think if you're willing to commit a criminal act, essentially, because you deleting yourself is one thing, but when you bring your family into it, your wife, that's now homicidal. So I think that it's a form of criminality that can't be ignored just because he's mentally ill. So this is not about race again, but I think there's a lot of
everything's about race, because it's a reason why. It's a reason why when you have these stories, it's more shocking when other races do it, because when black men have, been through it all, and it's just so crazy to see. It's so crazy to see black people be so concerned about these other people. And if you want to hear these type of stories, talk to the people in your family, black men in your family, black men in your community that you don't give a fuck about.
But who doesn't? It's you guys. You don't give a fuck with black men, because black
you
women,
was all on Justin Bieber's and them tears.
Black
white boy tears got whole magic in the black woman race. Like, it didn't try to condition us black men to give a damn about their tears, because she do.
You know, the funny part with this one is that I literally chose this one because I thought this was kind of egregious how he was hoping to be charged with this. I don't know what actually came to be, but I know his lawyers and stuff were actually seeking for him to just go to mental health treatment. Everyone survived, so he shouldn't have to go to jail. But I think we would be ignoring the criminality in this, right? Like the DV. I don't agree. I don't think any race is more likely to commit DV, but I think the numbers do show, black men to be a little bit more violent to their partners.
No, they just the white people. They know how to hide. They got permission to hide. They got the power and the privilege to hide theirs. DB say stop supporting black men. You see, black men. If you don't, two people that black women give a fuck about. If you don't cry for black women, or you don't cry for the white man, they're not gonna.
No, it's if you don't cry for black women and black children, then yes, we don't give a fuck about you.
No, white men and black women.
Not even a little bit. No, black women and black children. Period. That's all we care about. The rest of you guys can go kick rocks.
Exactly. Right along with Justin Bieber, right?
No, but I did with this one. I specifically thought that them trying to seek something different was a little weird. So, all right, how about you do some, and then we'll move on to mine.
Okay. First off, I want to talk about this bandita, this bad Nicolette. This irks. This is what I've been talking about. It's messaging, right? And I actually seen. I went to her profile to see this was just a skit or just commercial. No, she actually, these are her pure children.
I don't hear anything.
You are now one of my elite employees. You missed some trash over there, honey. All right.
Look all the trash all around now.
The leaves are trash to me.
Now, the same way the green light debit card app allows me to give it, baby, it allows me to take it away too. Now, Aiden tried it and God denied it, okay? Because Boosie did all his chores and was ready to hop on that little Nintendo DS, honey, and purchase. Ooh. But Aiden, baby,
that is not her child. He's so white.
Baby, he tried to play me like I was moving the food. I said, boy, if you don't go over there with dishes, okay? And then he know to clean my sink too. Yeah, he did a very good job. So I said, you can have the green light card back, and I'm gonna go ahead and add your little chore money on there. But don't try that no more. Don't try. See, baby, the green light card is helping them kids stay in line and helping these parents keep our eyes on the prize. Okay?
Was that a commercial or?
Yeah, that's one of the commercials. How you feel about this black woman with these mutt kids?
Oh, relax. She adopted them. Someone said they were in foster care. I think it's beautiful. I think any parent.
They say cute kids. Why? How come? The where? Hold on. Here you go. Hold on. Every time they see biracial kids, there's always got to be a cute kids. You don't ever hear no black people talking about, because black women got self-hatred for the black themselves. You don't ever hear cute kids when it comes to black kids. That's part of why you don't see no more. I see more of those mutts in our community nowadays than I do the original black folks. black children. We don't see black children no more. They all muddied up.
I see
Why is
black
that?
children. I see black children all the time. My brother
I
has
don't.
my brother has a black daughter. My other brother has a black son. My other brother has 5 black children. So I don't.
Well, those somebody in your immediate family. What I'm saying is, the population now is that even though black people is not going to admit it, I think primarily black women are not going to admit it, but they want to muddy up the waters when it comes to their children.
But isn't it you guys
They
who
want to have biracial children because they don't think themselves as worthy.
I just gotta do something real quick. But I don't think it's that. I think the problem with you guys is that you guys are the ones who mainly date out and have biracial children. But because black women are doing it now you're worried. So now you're like, oh, look at black women. They're the worst because they have biracial kids. How dare they? But it's like black women are just doing what you guys have been doing already for many years. So
I think that's bullshit. I think that once again, you listen to what white men tell you about black men, and there you go. You've seen a few black men get it.
We see you
You've
guys.
seen a few black men who have done some stuff like that, and you listen to a white man tell you that majority of black men does shit like this, and now you try to run with that as an excuse. But the first interracial relationship was it was during slavery with a white man and a black woman. White black men didn't always have access to white women to the late 60s and 70s. But y'all being fucked by white men, y'all are the ones that been getting fucked by the white man since the beginning of slavery here in America.
That is ridiculous. Black women being raped by slave
No,
masters.
it's not great. It's not great. How is it great when you know the history that they forced themselves on you and they allegedly rape y'all, but the first race you go run to is the race that raped you?
So the slave women weren't being
Loving them white men. Ask Judge O'Brien.
So the slave women weren't being forced then.
Well, how come the first race y'all go run to in BDSM, we have white men come on these shows talking about how black women sign up to be BDSM to get treated like a slave?
So do black men.
We no longer, if y'all don't get
JP, there's black men who sign up to be in BDSM too. So why do they go and seek out white men for BDSM stuff?
I don't know nothing about this, sir.
I do. Thug hunters.
This is a melting pot. Who cares? And that's the problem.
Are you okay? Are you frozen?
That's the problem. It's a melting pot. Who cares? Dog, I swear to God, the people in our race is the most silly motherfuckers on the planet. Like, you literally wiping yourself out. You talking about who cares?
But who's doing that?
Interracial dating is the biggest threat to the black race. Are you serious?
So why are you guys doing it so much?
It's the black women who've been doing it. I just proved that y'all been fucking with men since the beginning of American Day.
You didn't prove
no matter if y'all agree with it or not, y'all still fucking them now.
You saying something isn't you proving shit, J Prince.
Knowing the history of white man raping y'all, but that's the first race y'all gonna run to is a white man. So somebody loved it. It wasn't great. It was fucking.
You're an idiot.
Like Judge O'Brien said.
You're an idiot. How about that?
So I no longer give a fuck about, that was one of the videos that I wanted to show.
Black women continue to divest, okay?
Yeah, divest to that rape dick.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
I mean, come on.
Don't do that. It doesn't go well.
You just said earlier that
it doesn't go well.
I'm just saying. Hey, divest. Basically, what she's telling y'all, divest, basically go murder yourself. That's exactly what she's telling you. Go murder yourself. Breathe out the.
So is that
breathe the race of women that y'all. Breathe the race of women that y'all despise. You know who that woman is? That good light-skinned biracial woman that y'all say the black man loves so much.
So you're the one who worships light-skinned biracial people, but you're projecting.
I'm just saying, y'all know y'all despise that.
You are projecting that
woman.
So you're
that biracial woman with the green eyes. That's the only women that y'all gonna create because can't no white man put no black baby in you. So according to y'all not really hurting black men. According to y'all said black men love light-skinned women. So when y'all date out, y'all just gonna be breeding more light-skinned women for the black man that y'all say we love. Y'all gonna be breeding more of those biracial black women for the black men to love anyway. According to y'all said we love biracial women.
Yeah.
What y'all doing is y'all self-deleting yourself. So y'all can eliminate the dark-skinned woman. She gonna be gone.
No.
The dark-skinned woman gonna be out of here, gone. No. And the replacement is gonna be that biracial woman.
And the biracial man will replace you too, because we're gonna keep.
Now, when the black man is out here
creating more and more biracial men, and there's not gonna be no more of you dusty, ashy foot, dirty, ashy lip nakers anymore, right?
Hey, I want to get me an African.
We're not the only ones who are going to disappear. So
I'm gonna get me an African. I do not want to breed no more black. I want black sons. If I can have black sons, I don't want. I got to breed my kind. But somebody gonna continue my legacy.
Get on my nerve. Anyway, so that was your little dusty topic you were trying to trigger.
No, I got more. Okay. She said we need more Drakes.
Yes.
Yeah, who name some biracial women? Most of all of Hollywood of black women is biracial. That y'all don't see the concerning. No more dark-skinned women in Hollywood. They damn near deleted. Y'all don't see that? Y'all damn near deleted. Y'all damn near out of here. The biracial woman that y'all been fighting. Y'all been fighting those certain roles.
Viola Davis, Lupita Nyong'o.
You got a handful of black women, dark-skinned.
Jill Marie Jones, all those beautiful black melanated women, they're not important
anymore. No, you got a handful of them left, and we're gonna check the skin tone on them too. Because a lot of women that y'all call black, they not even black.
Gabrielle, exactly. Regina Hall, beautiful.
A lot of those women, they finna age out. But a lot of those women that y'all call them black, not even fucking black. They is light skinned. And the thing is, dark skinned women fought for the role to be in Hollywood. We know I see more dark skinned women back in the 90s than I'm doing right now. All of the black women I see now that's like celebrities, they light bright.
Look at Cody. See, this is the self-hatred right here. This is the self-hating nigga shit that y'all talk about. Have y'all seen her body? Have you seen her face? It's ridiculous. But big fat black bandits will call themselves attractive because they got a little bit of light pigment or a little bit of hair or whatever it is they think they got, Cody. So yeah, it's kind of sad, that somebody would call Lupita Nyong'o ugly because she's dark skinned. That's why she's with that beautiful white man. Have y'all seen her man? Huh. Her man
do be ugly, right?
Her man is a silver fox.
Some of them dark skinned women do be ugly. I got another video I want you to see. Check this one out.
Niggas be ugly. Oh.
Check this out.
What do you do on those days that you don't feel that confident or feel?
Look at them. Look at this. A. What do you think about A? B, A, C, and D. Look at D can be workable. C can be almost workable. But come on, A, it's two of them. Come on.
Less or powerful like you did out there.
Pretend.
Fake it?
Yeah.
Well, I'll be damned. And y'all say makeup is what? Enhancement? No, it's completely changing some shit.
Until we make it?
I mean, why not? It's either that or cry myself to sleep. Who wants to do that?
What do you do on those days that you don't feel that confident or fearless or powerful like you did out there?
Pretend.
Fake it?
Yeah.
Until we make it?
I mean, why not? It's either that or cry myself to sleep. Who wants to do that?
What do you do on those days that you don't feel that confident or fearless or powerful like you did out there?
That's why y'all be falling.
Pretend.
Fake it?
Yeah.
Until we
I mean, why not? It's either that or cry myself to sleep. Who wants to do that?
What do you do on those days that you don't feel that confident or fearless or powerful like you did out there?
Pretend.
Fake it?
Yeah.
Until we make it?
I mean, why not? It's either that or.
What is your thoughts on that?
I don't get it. What am I supposed to be? Cody, your mother's a little musty bitch. Little dusty bandit. Okay.
Don't even talk about people mamas. Why y'all got to talk about people mamas?
Why you calling me a little musty bitch for?
He didn't bring up your mama.
I don't care. Don't call me a little musty bitch. Thank you. Amen. Go ahead. What was your question?
So looking at that,
Now I'm the president because of you musty bitches in the chat.
No. Looking at that video, how did that explain like when it comes to like makeup and stuff like that? What's the deal?
I think all the women look like women, but you know.
No, they look like niggas.
No, that white man creature looked like a man, but the rest of them look like women.
No, they didn't. No. So when black men been saying, okay, let's pull it up again. When black men been saying a lot of these women do be ugly, come on now. Hold on.
Cry myself to sleep. Who wants to do that?
What do you do on those days?
Nah, hey, come on.
She looks like a nigga though. The one with the blue eyes, that looks like a man. The rest of them, they just have imperfect skin tone. So
okay, I got another video.
I mean, girl at the bottom looks like C. Murder.
Tigers.
What?
That was just some appetizers. I got a few. Okay, I want to check this video out.
If you look at
now, this is something that I've been saying for a long time. Right? I've been saying this for a long time. Pete, we'll check it out.
The way black and white children start school, I'm talking about the preschool age. We babies start school the same way. Very timid, very scared. But if you notice how the white and the black child, as they matriculate through 12 years of education inside of that system, they learn about Thomas Jefferson, a white man, Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, Thales, Hypothagorus, white man, Einstein, white man. Right. So the black and white child, the white child, every time he learns about somebody that looked like him that accomplished great feat in the past, his shoulders began to get straighter.
Right.
His back is straight. Now he's and by the time he gets to 12, he walks out with confidence, ready to conquer the known world. But because we didn't learn nothing about people that look like us, that accomplished great feats in the past, we leave and our head's still down and our pants is down now too.
Wow.
But if you can take that baby and let's say we get them on that Nefertiti, that Shaka Zulu.
Yeah.
See, let's get on the knowledge of people that look like him or her that accomplished great feats in the past, and we too could have that. And that's why one of the fathers of Western education, his name was Robert Collier in 1926. He said this, he said, education is only 3/4 or 1/4 knowledge. And the other 3/4 is encouragement. And nothing encourages a child like seeing someone that looked like them accomplish great feats in the past. If you look.
What is your thoughts on that? Because I believe that when it comes to black boys, this is like the sole reason why black boys typically be the ones that drop out of school and got a 4th grade reading level and all this other type of stuff, because we don't, even in religion now, black men don't even, we used to follow religion based on our mama because mama loved it so much. But we don't see ourselves in this system the way, I understand that our black women, this is not hating black women. Black women, they want the best of us, so they want us to go to school, get an education and things like that. They want us to practice Jesus and stuff. Yep. But this education system to black boys, the education system and that religion do not represent us. And our women are doing us a big disservice, constantly trying to force us to wanna adopt that. That's hurting us. We, like he said, when a white boy get taught from, because kids start off as innocent. But when white boys go to school, they learn about all the greats of white men, right? This is why they grow up feeling entitled. The black boy and white boy going to school at the same time, but the black boy, he learning more about white men and don't know nothing about him. The only thing that the black boy learn is the slavery, the stuff that make him feel like he's little.
What is that though?
Huh? This is one of the stuff that's been hurting us black men. These are the beginning stages of why black men have low self-esteem. That education system didn't do nothing for us but made us feel like we wasn't shit. Made us feel like we wasn't shit. And on top of that, same as that Jesus. You got us niggas worshiping this motherfucker. Hold on, let me show y'all to remind y'all of the punk motherfucker that we worship. This don't even make fucking scientifically motherfucking sense. Images.
Sorry, that was an accident. No. I was just my tape was almost here. Sorry.
So what is your hold on, before you go there. Before you go there, I want to show y'all this. This is the image that black men. Flo, where you going?
I'll keep my camera on. I'm just going to grab something right at the stairs.
This is the image that black men have to get for his God. You see this shit? This motherfucker. Where did me and this motherfucker connect at? Where do me and him connect at? Where? Where do I see myself at? Robert and Fallout, Boss A is a makeup content creator. She purposely make herself look that way to show off her makeup skills. She's on YouTube. I think that's how she look for real. But look, this is what black men got to inspire. Nothing in education. The two most important, now hear me, y'all. Hear me. The two most important things that black kids need, especially black boys, his spirituality and education, do not represent him at all.
Why don't you educate yourself?
Black boys
Why don't you educate yourselves?
How? Where we gonna get the information? They literally putting laws of where we can't go to certain places to get the full information. They over there redoing a lot of black information.
What law?
Well, they got a law in Egypt where you can't go on certain tombs no more.
Why?
Because there's too much evidence that will expose Christianity, expose Muslims, expose a lot of people. A lot of people get their religion from those tombs and stuff that's in Kemet.
Okay. So what do you think they're hiding in those tombs, Jim?
And the fact that being a black woman, y'all don't see how this will negatively affect black boys and black men.
So what do you think they're hiding in those tombs?
Truth, evidence.
What kind of truth? Evidence of what?
Well, evidence that when they teach us about our history, it's not what they tell us.
Okay.
When black men was ruling, they don't teach us that. And then they have motherfuckers make the jokes about that. We was kings. Like, motherfucking jokes. They on their own detriment.
We was cat.
That shit look Collins. You jumping off your own detriment. You look foolish.
We was gay.
I mean, you look silly as hell.
I mean, and you look silly as hell yourself. So, what now? Now we both look silly.
I went in Tuts in Khufu's tomb. And what did you see? You talking about King? Not, that ain't King Tux. I'm often talking about Thug Moses the Third. But it's a lot of information that's not been subscribed to us. This is the reason why black boys don't give a fuck about that school. This is the reason why I can't wait. I'm gonna buy the holy. Wait. Here we go.
Even though love is a mammy, she made a good point.
Y'all see this? Hold on. Let me blow myself up. This is the message that I want to show all my black blood boys. Y'all know this book? Y'all see this? This is the little kids' Bible. I don't give a fuck about this shit. This shit don't mean shit. There's nothing but fucking lies. All of it. Look at it, all the white people over there. Get that shit out of here. This ain't us. This is nothing but fucking motherfucking lies. This don't mean a motherfucking thing. I wish I had King James Bible. Throw that shit out of my motherfucking face. That white ass shit out of here. Cam up, please.
You're not it, buddy. And you're black.
I want you to be funny.
Oh, okay. What?
B-Love, I'm sorry. You look like a white woman.
She's biracial.
Right. So you got to stay on a neutral position. Because by your race alone, you are neutral. You is black and you are white. You neutron.
look at He did. He wanted to destroy a book, DB. So absolutely.
No, that girl mama gave her that book.
And you
told her not to leave in my goddamn house.
And you destroyed it.
Yeah. We don't want all that white shit. I don't want my kids going up thinking like that. Your God ain't motherfucking white. We don't worship no white God up in this black house.
Oh boy, I give up, buddy. I give up.
I give up what? You want us to worship a white God?
You don't have to, but you also don't have to tear up a Bible. You know what I mean? Like, just teach your kids to not worship a white God.
What? Like that was important.
What was the point of ripping it up then? If it wasn't important?
Just to show how much I don't give a fuck about, like, it don't represent black folks. How many black people in the Bible? You got Moses, that's supposed to be biracial, again, not a nigga, right? So, come on now. That Bible don't represent us. No, it ain't even talking about us. Wow. That's their shit.
I didn't know Moses was biracial. Okay.
Okay. Let's show the image of Moses. Then I'm get to another topic. Images of Moses. He said I give up. Where this biracial nigga at? I don't see him.
So you just made that up.
What, man? What?
That Moses was biracial. Not the white man's Google. Exactly, my read. It's the funny thing about the white man is that you would have to stop using everything.
I only use the shit that benefit me. And one thing that don't benefit, two things don't benefit me. Is their education and they fucking religion. Christianity, Jesus never done a motherfucking thing for me.
What about their internet?
I'm gonna utilize the internet to get my message across.
Okay, so they are useful then. The first Bible was from Ethiopia, I thought. Ethiopia's in Africa. Well, you know, bandits don't usually, I'm sorry, JP didn't get his information from anywhere factual. So he doesn't know that the first Bible actually came from Africa, making it an African religion.
What? I got another one too. So what you say?
No, go ahead. Let's proceed with the next one because yeah.
I had to cool myself down. These topics is triggering. And
you triggered yourself, really.
You are the wrong motherfucker to be pushing my buttons like that. I will cut your ass clean the fuck out. And you know this.
What?
You know this.
Put your filthy paws down, Bandit.
I will cut your ass clean the fuck out. Do you understand me?
Y'all too busy buying rims and jewelry. Exactly, Pink. Exactly.
Pink biracial too.
Pink is not biracial. She has two black parents. Shut up, Bandit.
And tells them like their deepest, darkest secrets, women tend to use that against men. And I don't know why. I'm a woman and I don't know why.
Is it any wonder why men's mental health is in crisis?
Yes, because soon as a man opens up to a woman and tells them like their deepest, darkest secrets, women tend to use that against men. And I don't know why. I'm a woman and I don't.
She's a man. I can't relate.
This goes back to your Justin Bieber.
She's a mammy. She's a mammy. To assume
what makes her a mammy? Y'all hear this? Y'all hear this, right? What makes her a mammy?
What makes her a mammy is the fact that she's going to assume that women in general are going to treat men a certain way just because they're women. No, most of us.
Well, it's men telling her this.
Hush. I don't care what men told her. Women have a huge amount of empathy, sympathy, love, and dedication to their man. So they're really not looking at their man like, oh, let me drag him or whatever. Like, it's just not how women operate. So
now hold on, the white woman has spoken. JP, this is why you sing a LOL. Still love your crazy ass though, but damn. You get a pass, white woman. Go ahead, come finish. No.
You get on my fucking nerves, J Prince.
But this goes back to like black men been telling y'all that we cannot open up to y'all. Right? I'm finna repeat it. We've been telling y'all that. But yet a white man can? And you want us to give a fuck? Hold on.
My men's mental health is in crisis.
Yes, because soon as a man opens up to a woman and tells them like their deepest, darkest secrets, women tend to use that against men. And I don't know why. I'm a woman and I don't know why.
Is it any wonder why men's mental health is in crisis?
Yes, because soon as a man.
So what is your thoughts?
I just think that she's a mammy and I don't relate to her.
Is she a mammy because she's concerned about men?
No, she's a mammy because she's lying on women to gain favor with men. And it's Dusty.
Well, the majority of men is expressing it to y'all.
Probably smells like butter biscuits and turkey.
One of you got brothers them that's telling her that.
Well, she's stupid. She shouldn't go.
Families.
She shouldn't be going off of that. She should be going off of her reality. Her brothers are probably trifling as hell. So, of course, they're going to tell her all types of shit about their experiences with women. I have 4. I have multiple. I have more than 4 brothers, technically. I have half brothers, people on my dad's side.
Is they black?
Yes.
Are they bandits?
I wouldn't say bandits, but...
Do you defend them?
I defend what's right.
Do you love them?
Oh, come on, G Prince. What is your problem? Of course, I
you're
love
a mammy.
family.
Yeah, you're a mammy.
No, you don't get to define what a mammy is. You don't know what the fuck it is. All right, you don't know what it is. That's why you're calling me.
You don't know what a mammy is. Let's look it up.
Actually, I do. No, we're not looking up an old definition because
the original definition.
That's not the definition we're using, and you know that.
No, I'm going to show you what a mammy.
You're not defining shit. You're trying.
Black mammy meaning. Come on, we bring receipts.
You don't have receipts. You're getting an old definition.
Oh my God. I'll put up black mammy definition, right? And guess what I pulled up?
What?
Guess what these nigga lips done pulled up. Watch this. Hold on. Let's wait. Come on, y'all. She brought up what's the definition of a mammy. Here's the definition of a man. Right. These are the receipts coming from the white man's internet. You see these black women raising a white man's baby.
That's not a mammy. That's not what we're calling mammies today. Today,
Well, that's the original form of a mammy.
Well,
so all
listen, it's 2024.
is mammies.
JP, stop it. The women of today recreate terms, reuse them all the time, the same way black men do. We talking
about the original definition.
We have recreated the same term to mean women that are working against the interests of other black women. These are what we're calling mammies today. So you can go and look up the old definition, but you guys know what we're calling mammies today. So stop it. Stop.
Well, the original definition
Yeah, the original definition of a nigga was an ignorant black man. Is that what you guys mean when you call it?
Okay, well, that's still the same one. Same definition. Well, all y'all divestors.
When you say that's my nigga, you're saying that's my ignorant black man?
All of y'all divestors are mammies. Raising a white man's kid.
Hush.
Okay, let me move on to the next topic.
Yeah. Before I swing at you.
You ain't gonna do a motherfucking thing.
I get called the mammy and the hyena and terrorist in the same day. Yeah, DB, because they can't figure out which one we quote unquote are.
Let's check these boys out.
Boys?
Deception. You guys wear makeup, heels, waist trainers. Everything about you guys is a lie.
That's not a lie. I could take my heels off. I'm still the same person. I'm just a little bit shorter.
Let's say I told you I was a lawyer. I had a firm.
Okay, well, that's lying.
And we fought, right? Then you find out that I work at McDonald's. I'm probably going to get me too, aren't I?
Because you're a liar.
Oh, okay. But what about women wearing makeup?
Is
wearing
that a
waist
lie?
trainers?
Wait,
Filters on
I would take my
Instagram.
makeup off straight
Filters
away.
on
I have
Instagram.
no way about being barefaced.
Makeup, women are fake. Everything about them is deceptive, guys. I told y'all. Everything about women, a lot of the times, is based in deception.
You've been hurt, heartbroken,
This
and
is true.
damaged by women, and I really feel like either a therapist or a good cry would change a lot of your views.
What did I say that was incorrect?
A lie about everything that we women care about social stuff.
The makeup
Women are all gold
industry is a
diggers.
multi-billion-dollar
Yes, it is, and
industry
it's
for a
also
reason.
very damaging for women. But hence, I
You changed an
try.
argument.
Why?
Because makeup in itself inherently is to deceive.
Or to enhance.
No, it's to make up for your lack of aesthetics. That's why it's called makeup.
If I take my
Make
makeup
up
off,
for lack of aesthetics.
I look the exact same. Oh yes, I do. I look the same. Like,
Yeah, and I got a
suppose-
12-inch dick.
Do you? That's fantastic. That's
Yeah.
why I got so many hoes. Together as
women
a
is deception.
dynamic.
He doesn't have a 12-inch dick. So.
What is your thoughts? And to have Candace Owens there, who are the queen of makeup, what is your thoughts?
My thoughts is that black men continue to prove their weakness by focusing on things that every group of women does, like makeup and weave and other types of things. When are you guys going to pick up your balls and focus on what men are supposed to do and not focus on wigs, weaves, hairpiece, quick weave, toupees, whatever fucking other things that you focus on that you shouldn't be? When are you going to evolve?
This is the reason why. Would you agree that this is one of the reasons why we have a lot of interracial dating with the black woman? Because of that fact that they do not like their skin color, so they don't want to produce no more babies of their skin color.
No, I think the problem is that we have a lot of self-hating black men. And so those self-hating black men want black women who look regular, who look natural, who, just look like themselves, to either present differently, wear weaves and stuff like that. But then at the same time, they want to be able to bash them for those things that they do to be wanted by black men. So I think, what's really going on is a conundrum where, black men are being very dishonest about what they're attracted to. They really don't like black women. They like other phenotypes. But at the same time, they want black women to, stay a certain way. And so That's what's really going on.
So, but when a white man asks y'all to come natural, majority of black women. Wait a minute. The majority of black women that get with white men, they go natural.
That's not true. That's not true. I think that white men are just more open to it, and so a black woman will feel more comfortable just being in her natural state because the white man isn't going to act like, oh my God, he looks so different because you don't have a 36-inch bust down yaki wig. The white man isn't going to act like that's a different face, whereas a black man will see the same black woman in a bust down 46-inch yaki wig, and they'll act like, oh, she looks so different because she has a straight wig on, even though it's the same beautiful face. I think it's black men that make that distinction that causes a lot of black women to seek out men who are comfortable with what they look like when they wake up. So,
well, black men, continue to stand on your ground, not accept that shit. The reason why black women listen to white men more is because they are programmed and designed to be with a white man.
So why is it that there's black men who buy black women wigs? Specifically, they buy expensive, classy, beautiful wigs that are nothing like their natural hairstyle. They'll buy, the wigs with the finger waves. They'll buy the wigs with the silky blonde. Why is it that black men purchase those things for black women if they like what black women look like natural?
Because they already done got them pregnant now, so they're like, fuck. I didn't know she was just pop. But let me go ahead and get this goddamn wig.
So what about the black men who say, I like what you look like?
You see, this is natural.
But didn't you just have dreadlock weave?
Enhance myself.
But didn't you have dreadlock weave like a couple weeks ago?
Those are natural, my natural wigs. They were natural.
Okay.
And white men wear fake hair too.
Okay, toupees and stuff. Yeah. So what about black men who get their hairlines drawn on?
Yeah, ain't nowhere around this.
What about the ones that get their hairlines spray painted on? Do you think that's like attractive?
And guess what y'all do? Y'all make fun of it.
Okay. What about you guys making fun of weave? Is it the same thing? Would you say?
See, you don't want to take accountability nowhere.
Well, I think black women take accountability every day because you guys force them to try and be natural, no makeup, no lotion. You don't even want them to wash their asses, but then you want to call them ugly. Yeah, exactly. You do cover it because you don't like it.
I got good hair. See this? I got head to stick.
What is good hair? Okay. What is good hair, JP?
Good hair?
Yeah.
I got little curls in my hair naturally. Y'all be when y'all comb y'all hair, y'all gotta comb knots out.
So do you hate being black?
I love being black.
Why do you talk about good hair, bad hair then? If you like being black, why isn't all black hair embraced as good?
What?
I said if you love being black, why don't you embrace all black hair as good or bad?
As a teaser. Oh my God, Taz. Taz, who's saying JP cut his hair.
Hey!
When y'all gonna show that shit, fam? I didn't get no kiss.
Taz, you're about to get on timeout. You're about to
Did I get a kiss from you? No, absolutely not.
Oh boy.
Oh brother.
You guys made JP nervous now.
Yeah, I got a little anxious with them. Okay, let's say this now. What do you think about this?
I'm on a mission to tell parents, Black parents in particular, stop getting your children evaluated for ADHD. Because if your son can learn, why does he have an IEP anyway? See, remember this, Brother Nick. In order to qualify for special ed,
Right.
you not only must have a disability,
Right.
it must affect your learning. If we go to any classroom,
Lord.
thousands of Black boys who have no problem learning
Right.
in a special ed class.
Right.
Why is he in there?
Right.
For discipline problems. It is illegal in the United States of America to place a child in special ed for behavior. Special ed is not for behavior. It is for learning problems. But guess what? Half the Black boys in America are in there for what? Behavior, because their parents don't know the law. They don't know their rights. And the schools are basically discriminating against them.
Wow.
You
Can
see
they
this?
get money for the special ed?
Yes, here's how it works. When you evaluate a child for special education, if they qualify, their name goes into the computer, transferred to the State Department of Education. If we take California, that would be Sacramento.
Yeah.
Normally, by the end of the month, there's an electronic transfer of funds to that school district for your child.
Wow.
And I'm on a mission to tell parents, Black parents in particular, stop getting your children evaluated for ADHD. Because if your son can learn, why does he have an IEP anyway? See, remember this, Brother Nick. In order to qualify for special ed,
Right.
Your thoughts? And that is something big. Because I used to get a check. My mom used to get a check for me for special ed because of my behaviors.
So yeah, before we get into like each other's personal stuff, learning, right? I think, Taz, I think this is a good point here. I think, but when it comes to special ed, though, I think what Umar is talking about here, at least from what I've seen working this, I don't have as much experience as you and others, but I'll say, like, from what I've seen about this one is that a lot of the times the behaviors is a result of something else. So sometimes if you deal with the something else, then you can get rid of the behavior. So it's not really a special need, right? A special need is based on a deficiency, I think. And I just don't think that there's a deficiency when it comes to bad behaviors, unless there's a diagnosis behind that, like ADHD or something like that. So that's where I'll say I can agree with Umar that I do think that bad behavior alone is not being capable of learning. It's not that you're not capable of learning. It's that there's maybe another underlying issue that is not addressed, and so that's why it's expressing itself as a behavior, as a problematic behavior too. So yeah,
I will say this as a person that used to be on back then in one ADHD, it was ADD, attention deficit disorder. And it wasn't the fact, and this goes back to what I was saying earlier, all seriousness to the side, right? It wasn't the fact that I couldn't learn, because as I got older, when I started learning something about me, what I represent, I found myself extremely focused. Minute after minute, second after second, hour after hour, day after day, week after week, month after month, because I was so intrigued about learning about my Black culture and who I am as a Black man and where I come from outside of, what they have been telling us. And I found myself being focused. I didn't realize how focused that I was. And this is what I go back to tell you. It's crazy that a large number of Black boys get labeled with this. Is it because what the stuff that they are teaching don't represent them? And since Black boys don't connect with the education system, now they being labeled as something crazy. Because on one of my videos, real quick,
before you get too far off,
go ahead. I want to pull it up. Go ahead, talk. I want to pull it up.
I just didn't want you to get off the topic because I don't necessarily think that's true. I think the problem that you can say is that, probably Black boys are more likely to be in instances where they're going to school, they're doing whatever with very little of the resources that they need. For example, going to school with an empty stomach. And so that's why they created the the school breakfast program or whatever, or maybe having no clean clothes, and so at school they're getting bullied or made fun of, and so that's causing other issues. I would say with Black children more than any other child, there's probably more other factors at play that are impacting behavior than there.
I agree with that, Flora. I agree with that to a certain degree. You got to keep in mind, Black boys is at a disadvantage, right? Right now, think about this. Think about this, Flora.
Yeah.
Not only that they not getting taught of their Black race or who they is as what they desire and what they gonna become as a Black man, right? The only stuff they get taught about being a Black man is some degenerate shit, right? And then when they go home, right? When they go home, there's no Black man there neither. It's a Black woman.
Where's the dad?
So you when you talk about Black boys, we gonna have to talk about all of it, because when they go home, there's no Black man at home that like their father that they resonate with, right? They don't have that. A lot of Black boys do not have that. Then they go to school. It's a program full of white folks. I asked this white lady on one of my Streetz interviews. I said one of everything was about Black education, right? Black people own everything, because she had a white son with her. And I said, your son had to go to his school to learn about his white culture. I said, what you think the outcome would be? She said, of course it would be lies. She said she would not want her son to be in that school because the information, the education would not represent him. It would be nothing but lies. I said, well, ma'am, this is what Black boys have to go through in this school. I'm asking you a hypothetical, and you can't fathom it. But as a Black boy, this is reality. We depending on white people to tell us about Blacks, who I am as a Black man.
Why?
Right?
The information is out there for you to teach your own children.
The information is not just out there like that.
It is, though. It is. No one's denying it. Hey, what's up, Taz? Hey, guys. The link is down there. Taz is the only one who's clicked it so far. You guys, it is down there.
All I'm saying is they don't have nothing to relate to. So, of course, they're going to go home, they're going to go to school and misbehave, because now we have to develop our own culture in this school. We have to develop our own identity. And the identity that they tell us about us is you was a slave. The white man dominate y'all. You let the white man take your woman. This is what they teaches us in school. They didn't teach us nothing about who we are.
Yeah, y'all got to stop saying that shit, fam. Because they don't teach nobody who they are. They don't teach.
They teach the white man.
No, bro, they don't teach nobody who they are. I think if we didn't praise white people so much, we would find them to be as lacking education. Okay. There's not many white people that you can sit down next to me that I'm going to be impressed with them because they've done no further research either. You know what I'm saying? So we have this automatic assessment of us being Black, the history of slavery and all of that, that there's some legitimacy that a lot of that shit is written out of our history. But what we're never talking about is how a lot of white history is written out for them, things that don't look good on them, things that isn't the best light in their eyes. They don't know their history, bro. They don't. And so we got to stop making it seem like they know who they are, because
they don't have no true
idea
history
of being only winners. That's a lie. So how would
but
they know
Taz,
who
they don't
are?
have no true history. They manipulate themselves. What they do is they hire other people's history and they manipulate themselves in it and come and feed us back to us like it's real. But white folks don't really have no true history.
They absolutely do, bro. Like
they come from albinos.
Yeah, so again, like that's what I say. Everybody has a history. That's a group of people that wanted to oppress other people, right? So because we had to figure out ways around that and do for ourselves, we have a different culture. But their culture is different because of them being the oppressors or whatnot. So they have a culture.
Oh, let me take this off for a second. Sorry, go ahead.
I disagree with that. Well, they do have a culture, right? But they culture is built on like I don't want to equate them like white folks just not come about. It might seem like they've been here forever for us, but they to people that been here 1,000 years, they some new type of people. Just like biracial people, they new. But what they culture they got a default to culture. But the thing is, when we talk about black boys in school, the reason why is a large number of black boys are failing. And y'all mean to tell me that because since they don't have a black father at home, they're not getting taught true black self about them. Then the religion that they practice is a set of white folks. Of course, I'm gonna fuck up in school.
So here's the thing, bro. I'm just be real with you, right? I'll just give it to you for what it is. These niggas dumb, bro. Lil homie just graduated from Southern Utah University, bro. He was at his graduation, right? Little nigga graduated with his master's, bro. Like, I refuse to accept this idea that black men ain't doing amazing things with their education and intellect because we gotta hide the dummies. Nah, bro. They're like the same education them white boys get, young black men get. And if they're not achieving, that's on their parents.
But that's not the thing. That's not I understand is black men graduating. That's not what I'm saying. But like
with a master's. With a master's.
Okay, with masters, sometimes with doctrines, right? I'll give you that. But when black boys and white boys go to school, white boys are getting taught that they are great. They are in the education system.
Yeah, I don't remember being taught that white people are great.
Person curriculum. It's not a black curriculum. It's a white curriculum. No. Will you agree to that?
But give me an example of like white people being great.
Meaning that
come on, JP.
How they run America, right? How they got ownership in other countries, continents. How George, what was that one that said they that discovered America? And you got all of the presidents, all of the governments, all of that's the politics part. Then the religion, the God that means that's very sacred to people, white man Jesus. So it's every time you think of a white man, it has to be something great. Even when it comes to
absolutely not. No, that's what I'm saying. That's
Superman. What kind of Superman?
That would be you. Because listen now, because even for example, like with let's say George Washington, right? If everything that you think of about him is going to be great, that's on you and that's on your parents to have to remove some of that. That's what I'm saying. It's not like I don't get what you're saying, because yes, we're taught George Washington was the first president and the cherry tree and all of that shit. But there's two sides to those stories. And so if you're I would venture to say we're not going to get the other side of the story through public education. That's where parenting comes into play. So I'm not saying you're wrong, but where does the onus of the parent? Because you can't depend on the system to teach the kids. That's up to the parents.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying, Taz. These same parents that were indoctrinated with the same information. So like my kids don't know, I was indoctrinated with the same type of shit. So in order to go back to our original roots, we cannot go research this shit from no book or no Google. White man got too much access to that. You would literally have to go to it. Then in a lot of these countries where you will find great black information, it's been reconstructed. A lot of places you can't even go into because they made laws against it, that you can't even go inside of it. So it's not that easy that you could just go get through black history like that. It's been whitewashed. It's been. I know it for a fact, and I could prove it.
Okay, how are you going to prove it?
Okay, let me do this.
Yeah, because I study black history, bro. It is as easily accessible as any other history.
What black history do you look up?
I look up black history for the day. There's black history every day. Whether we talking about a birthday, an event, a moment, a celebration, every day there's Black history.
What celebration is that? I like the concept of moving forward. Okay, what when you think of Black history, what do you get?
Okay, you get everything, bro. That's what I'm saying. So today is what, April 28th, for example, right? So if I went into my history bag for April 28th and start pulling out articles, what we would find is the daily grind, whether it's the early 1900s of a lynching or a business group that Booker T. Washington started, or a study, or some money some Black people donated to something. We have history every day in this country that's not written out of any books. It doesn't necessarily belong in a book. It's just the regular everyday hustle and bustle of being an American. That is our history.
So our history is always got to resonate with some type of grind, meaning that you struggling.
Say it again, bro.
When you think of rap music, the first starters of music and all this other type of stuff, even sports, it has some pain attached to it. The reason why our rap music, we started rapping because we was rapping out the pain that we was living of being under the white man's neck. Even sports, singing. You can start off with gospel songs, the slave songs when you running from the slaves, and every time a white man punch a nigga in they shit, they go to singing and dancing. So a lot of the stuff that what y'all call history, I don't want to attach myself to because it represents losing. It represents.
Yeah, I mean that's your punk ass people that represent losing. Everybody in history don't represent losing. What do you mean? Every time a white man walked up and did something,
every black person that rock with Booker T. Washington though, Taz.
Say what?
Everybody back in Booker T. Washington days, Booker T. was one of them anti-motherfuckers. Want everybody to get along with the white man. Like
you sound crazy, bro. And see, that's what I'm saying, bro. You got Booker T.
They wasn't rocking with Booker T. A lot of
you got
folks
Booker T. Washington fucked up, bro. Like for real. Like I can't believe you say no dumbass shit like that. Booker T. Washington wanted you niggas to thrive. Wait a minute, nigga. Booker T. Washington wanted niggas to go open up a fucking business and thrive. He wanted you to do your business, and if the white man get in your way, then you step on that motherfucker. But you don't go out here looking for drama. You go out here looking for education. You go out here looking for business. And if that shit present itself to you, then you smoke with it. Bro, what got you thinking Booker T was a bitch, bro? You tripping.
No, what I'm saying is, so are you telling me that it was a group of black folks disagree with his concept?
Hell yeah, it was a bunch of black people that disagreed with his concept because they was the bitches. The people who didn't want to go open up businesses. The people who didn't want to go and fight against the white man. Bro, that man was open. He opened up the Negro Business League in 1902. So when you start talking about black men getting together, doing something, business, coming together, building something, he was the springboard of that. How dare you make it sound like you're supposed to be on the streets fighting somebody? If anything, he was supposed to be protected by the fighters. That nigga was the brains of the operation.
I thought Booker T. Washington was the one that, like, damn near telling niggas to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and shake hands with the white man. And so to summarize his movements.
And I mean, okay, so here's what I say to that, because I mean, I guess you can throw that in there, you could throw it around, but that don't mean you being a bitch. We're Americans, bro. So that don't mean bow down to the white man and let him claim that. But
I don't feel
Americans.
American.
We live here. That man got money, he got businesses, he got land. Why can't you have none?
I agree with the movement like the Gullah Geechees. I would not want to rock with that neither, though.
The who?
Especially during that time. Why? How you gonna talk about open businesses? But this is my thing, right, Taz? It's the same way with Black Wall Street, right? You cannot open up something in the middle of the war, right? How you gonna open up business and stuff when you don't got nothing to protect your property? And this is how they tore down Black Wall Street. You know why? Because a bunch of niggas didn't have no military to protect it. So before you jump to step 5, you got to clear up step 1, 2, 3, and 4 first. Meaning that you got to start your military first. You got to get motherfuckers in check before you start building a goddamn a damn black society. Because the only thing they're gonna do, just like the drug game, you cannot be on nobody's block with a bunch of kilos of dope with nobody to protect you. No guns, no killers, no goons, no nothing. Somebody gonna come and get that.
See, here's the thing, bro. I think you're this confusion of these Gullah Geechee motherfuckers, bro. Like I don't know what it is that people are being told. Maybe it's the story of them fighting for their independence and some shit. Them motherfuckers is Americans, okay? They live in what, South Carolina, Florida, Georgia, nigga. They are Gullah Americans. Ain't no fucking Geechee, ain't no Gullah. They've detached themselves from Africa. What exactly do you think they're doing that's different?
That's my dad and them broke down because that's on my dad's side, we Gullah Geechee, and they practice that heavy on my dad's side. Now, when all my uncles knew, because they was telling us how they harvest rice and all that. But outside of that, right? The stories, of course, the stories that we're gonna get from American books and American education system, it always, like, I don't agree with Chicago niggas calling gay motherfuckers Geechees. It's just crazy that when you talk about a black organization or a movement, before you disrespect Gullah is the top of the line, top dog, is the motherfuckers who fought that white man for 100 years, and they the ones in the channel.
Where's the proof of that? That's cap. That is cap. Yo, Gullah people are a fucking cartoon, fam. Like I wish you understood that. None of us give a fuck about no pissy ass Gullah people. They are Americans, and at best, their cultural significance rests on a Nickelodeon TV show. Show me their cultural relevance to Black Americans, bro. Don't nobody give a fuck about them.
Where do you get your shit from? But you want me to give a fuck about Booker T. Washington, who didn't fight a goddamn thing?
What make you think he didn't fight? Bro, them fucking Gullah people wouldn't even be here claiming that shit. That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, you really think Booker T. Washington didn't fight for anything? Are you serious?
What white man did he kill?
Good God, bro, that man died of natural causes, bro.
I'm saying, what white man did he kill, especially in 1902? What white man did he
kill, though?
Why does he have to kill a white man, GP?
Like, that's a determining factor, bro.
Whipping their ass out.
Bro, he was richer than a lot of white men in his time. It's the businessman, bro. He ain't no killer, bro.
Right, rich. He wasn't about that action, though.
Okay, so I don't think you can get rich in 1902 if you ain't about that action. How does a black man get rich and have money?
What white man? Because fuck all like trying to get the white man's dollar. That's still the white man's concept. There's still a white man face on that dollar bill at the end of the goddamn day. So him getting rich don't mean that. That's their system that they create.
It means everything, bro. It means everything, because that's what I'm saying. When we start talking about money is how I even heard of the Gullah people. Again, these Gullahs put their culture on Nickelodeon, bro.
Right,
they try to teach their people that shit. They put that shit on Nickelodeon.
Right, but who put that on Nickelodeon though? Black folks?
Say it one more time.
Who put the Gullah Geechees on Nickelodeon? White folks or black folks?
Shit, I would say niggas did that shit.
Taz.
Bro, they had white people on there, or did they have actual Gullah people?
No, I'm saying, who owned the station? Nickelodeon station
is owned by whites, but you got to get the black Gullah people to do the shit, right?
No, they tell their story like they tell the Egyptian stories. They go around telling black folk stories. They speak for us. You don't see these black people, all these black Africans, you don't really see them telling their story. The white man telling your story.
Not true.
I thought they had black people on that show. I could have swore that Gullah Island show was all black people.
Hey,
I think you really need to sit down with some Gullah people. And they're going to tell you something completely different than what you're going to find in these white man books, in the white man internet. They gonna always hide. They don't want niggas to start thinking like Gullah Geechee people.
Which means, like, okay, bro, like again,
Like that.
like, bro, like Gullah Geechee people, as far as what? What do you think they're thinking like them as far as what? They're not independent. They're not sovereign. Like thinking that, like,
they
like
was
what?
they went to war. They went to physical war with white folks. And when you think they're the ones that end of child slavery.
Yep.
Bam, Cap.
Gullah would tell you that.
Cap. I keep asking you and any African wannabe for years, fam. That like niggas keep saying this shit. Show me where the Gullah people went to war with the United States government and it matters today. What matters of it today, bro? Because they're black people. They're not Gullah. They're not separate. They're not distant. They're not different.
I'm saying it happened. What I'm saying is it happened at some point in time. Of course, it won't matter today because it's old. But what I'm saying, but it did transpire. The war between Gullah and white folks, America, did take place. That war did take place. And the reason why the chattel slavery ended, because niggas, which was called Gullah Geechee, when people say Africans did not hit black folks,
and you believe this shit?
And black folks, they was called Gullah Geechees. They was from West Africa.
Wait, so you think that black people were free because of the Gullah Geechees?
Yes, of course the Spaniards helped them, but what I'm saying is, them niggas put in work. They weren't out here marching like a Martin Luther King. They weren't out here begging for peace.
Well, right, because they didn't. We're talking a handful of people in South Carolina, in southern Georgia. We're not talking about a lot of people, especially after the Civil War. So
no,
it was
a
because
lot of
these
people
people, for all
war.
intents and purposes, they struggled to maintain their culture over the years. Like you making it sound like the majority of us are Gullah, and we're not.
No, I'm not saying that because I know I am on my dad's side. But what I'm saying is, not everybody's Gullah. But what I'm saying is, when you had to think about the black folks that's been here in America, they are the only ones that really physically fought. Nobody else really fought the white man.
They know, brother. Like so again, I'm asking, when do you think they fought this amazing war with the white man? Because if I'm not mistaken, they got $10 million from the white man to celebrate Gullah culture. The white man gives them money. The white man is the reason why they're known in America.
I think it was from 1786 all the way to the beginning of 1900, where it was a little over 100-year war with the Gullah Geechees in white America.
In America?
Yes, here in America, in southern states.
So
the Spaniards came in and taught them how to use weapons.
So you're of the belief that the state of South Carolina was at one point inhabited by Gullah Geechees during the Civil War?
Now. No, they still had their land out down there because they stood on business. Every time black folks build something that didn't fight for it.
How much land are we talking about, JP?
Huh?
How much land are we talking about?
I'm saying that like Gullah Geechees got their own sector, and it's still here today. They still have their own little sector where they distance from like the rest of the, rest of the Americans, but they still have their own sector. One thing about war, people respect war and blood. America respect blood and war. So everybody, if you paid attention, everybody that fought back, they get some type of retribution as far as like the Mexicans. Texas is Mexican. California is Mexican, even though it's America, but it's still delegated to the Mexican.
My God, bro, stop saying this crazy shit, bro. No, it's not. Like
the street is in Spanish,
bro. Look, man, if we do battle or go to war or go at it for something, and you lose, you lost, right? That's what it's got to be. You lost. I won, you lost, and with that, it has to be 6453. And so
I
with that,
disagree with
it has to be an understanding of the spoils of war. So when Mexico lost in the 1800s, dog, they lost Texas, they lost California, they lost Arizona, and you can't make that somebody took it from them. They fought for that and lost. That's what war is, bro.
Right. I respect that, but what I'm saying is, Taz, although they took it, but okay, have you ever been into a fight?
Yes.
After the fight, did you develop more respect for that person that literally fought you and y'all had a good fight? Did you develop, even though you whooped his ass, but did you look at that person differently and we had a little bit more respect for him?
No, I'm not one of those people, dog. I want you to die. I've never liked you again. We weren't fucking friends after that. I'm not fucking 8 years old, bro. Like if we have a fucking fight and I'm a teenager or some shit like that, from there on, that was an op. Like, you know what I'm saying? If anything is like over now, I'm an adult, but no, bro. Like when I was out there fighting people in the streets, that don't you fight a nigga in the streets, but that nigga might kill you next week, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about like, okay, like in boxing or whatever, in fighting, you develop some type of respect for one another.
I get your point, but the streets where I'm from ain't like that, fam. Like you fight a nigga, bro. You see him, you better be clutch.
They kill you now, right? But yeah, because they got guns now to kill you. But what I'm saying is, these stories that when niggas be saying Geechees is gay and they going off this Nickelodeon stuff, of course the white man gonna tease them. Of course the white man gonna tease them and make it seem like that. But the white man know. The white man gonna always narrate the story like they the most dominant motherfuckers. They're gonna always put themselves on top dog notch. They're not gonna tell you how Gullah and them was whoop spanking that ass.
Right,
niggas.
If they were, it would be documented. Right, because I could show you some people that are not Gullah, that were black, that were spanking them white men. Did plenty of videos on different groups of black men, and they weren't no fucking Gullah, bro. It like, I mean, that shit is just ridiculous. So I'm trying to figure out, because South Carolina, you do know that was a Confederate state, right? That like you can't make it sound like the Gullah Geechees changed history, and that's the reason why the Civil War ended. With the Gullah people ended the Civil War. But like where the fuck do you get this shit from, fam?
I want to where you get your information from. Where you get your source at when you talk about the Gullah?
Okay, so for example, when I'm sitting here talking about American history, I'm looking at the New York Times. I'm looking at the Library of Congress. I'm looking at everything I can.
New York Times.
Yeah, absolutely. Because again,
So
it's not
what
too many papers that were around in the 1850s documenting what's going on. So we need the actual documentation of the time, brother, to go off of. Not hearsay, not a book somebody wrote, but what actually was being documented as far as a source, maybe somebody's diary, something like that. But again, all of those sources denote that these were white men operating South Carolina, not no damn Gullah people. Those were white people that ran South Carolina, bro.
Okay, I'll pull up the New York Times, right? Of Gullah War. And what is the Gullah War? What were the Gullah Wars? The Gullah Wars were a series of battles, revolts, and rebellions led by the so-called Seminoles. The Seminoles were not a real Native American tribe, which they were. Why is Gullah? Okay, I'm trying to get more information on them. The real war that ended slavery. The Gullah Wars, the real war that ended slavery. Y'all see that? This is the New York Times. The Gullah Wars.
Let me look.
The real war that ended slavery. Niggas. It started from 1739 to, I said a little bit over. This is what my uncles was telling me. To 1858. The real war that ended slavery. Otherwise known as the Seminoles Wars or the 100 Years War.
Right. So this says right here, the Black Seminoles are in reality Gullah Geechee Africans who escaped from rice plantations in South Carolina and Georgia. You know what's sad about this, fam? You know where most of them went? I guess you don't even realize that most of these people went to Mexico, fam. I just did a video about these motherfuckers, bro. So it's like, it's amazing that you think you finna sit here and convince me with this.
No,
Because like I said, we can go through and read
more.
this. I'd rather read this and laugh at this shit and explain to you where it's wrong at. Right?
Okay. Can you do me one big favor?
What's that?
When you say you got your information from the Gullah Wars and the information that you pulling up right now, can you check the race of the people that gave you the information, that came up with the information?
Check the race of the people who gave the information.
Yeah, the race of the people that's presenting this information.
See, I'll use your source. Since I don't have to change the source.
I want you to use who created the New York Times and what you just pulled up saying they want.
But listen, bro, I don't need
just
that
always like people telling our story.
Right, but I don't need that as a cop out, bro. Like you know what I'm saying, if you want me, I want you to use the source that you have faith in, that you believe in. So if you trust this, we can go along with this. But now once I start explaining to you where those Seminoles went, now we have to go to a source for that, right?
No, I'm talking about my family. That's what I went to. My family won't set me down and talk to me about the Gullah Wars, and they let me know that I'm Gullah. Huh?
Because now I'm looking at what you had pulled up, right? It says the real war that ended slavery. Slavery didn't end in 1858, JP. The Civil War hadn't even started in 1858, bro.
It's chattel slavery ended, and it did.
Bro, bro, my nigga, you got me fucked up, nigga. What you not gonna do is sit here and try to correct me. Listen, dude.
That's a fact.
1858, bro, 1858, there is no Civil War. You just had the Kansas-Nebraska Act. You're 3 years off of Dred Scott. You're 1 year away from Alcatraz opening as a federal prison. What you don't have is the Civil War.
But what I'm saying is, although it was still like racism, but the chattel slavery, as far as like selling niggas and all the other kind of stuff, ended in 18. I'm gonna pull it up. My grandmama. This was a picture in 1965. She was on a plantation. Although they still was like on plantations and stuff, but the actual chattel slavery ended in 18, because I think it was like 1865, between 1858 and 1865. Chattel slavery was over. But of course, we still got racism today, but it wasn't like as the same degree like when we first got over here. What I'm trying to say. Let me pull up Facebook.
Bro, this shit say slavery ended because the Gullah Revolution could not be stopped. Bro, there was the Civil War hadn't even happened yet. This is unbelievable, bro, that they would put this shit on paper and distribute it.
Wow, how come you second guessing this stuff about these black folks, but you ain't second guessing this stuff that these white folks done told you about our history and history in general?
Well, what is there to second guess if the story is
You're not challenging zero things. You challenging the information that you can see the same way you see everything else. But you're going to challenge that part. But you're not going to challenge the part that when white folks tell you how they done did everything. That means
so what I need you to do is so I would need you to show me something that denotes that slavery ended in 1858. What do we have to denote that this is legitimate information I'm looking at?
Okay, hold on. So where do you want me to, how would you want me to look that up? Because we can't go to Google, right?
You can, fam, if you can find a source that says the Gullah Geechee ended slavery in 1858, I don't care where you got it from. I want to see it.
Okay, let me see. I'm going to go back to Google then. I hate that I gotta go to Google.
That's the best. That's one of the best resources that's around, fam. Don't let
Not
people
all the
shame you
time.
out of
They gonna give you bullshit information, dude. Who
Well,
ended?
it's
Who
up to you
ended?
to decipher what to use from the information they give. They give you all of the available information. Now, it's up to you to use one.
How you spell channel slavery? CH
ATTEL.
slavery in America.
Yeah, but like I say now again.
They said December 1865 with Abraham Lincoln. No.
Right. Of course, that's what I'm saying, and that is when slavery officially ended on paper. Right now, if you're saying that it ended in
But that's
1858
only a couple
before the
years from
Civil
the
War
Civil
ever
War.
happened, right? That's what you saying. You saying that we didn't even need to fight the Civil War.
All I'm saying is I know it was a war that took place with the Gullah Geechees and the wars that let's say Abraham Lincoln cleared it and he just stamped it in 1865. They ain't number what 1858 and 65. They ain't number 7 years away from the Gullah Wars and the ending of the Gullah Wars.
Right, and
The Gullah Wars didn't take place.
right. Well, okay, so these Gullah Wars you're referring to, though, like, is there an understanding that this is just a small piece of South Carolina?
No, see, Gullah is through South Carolina, Georgia. They end up migrating to Florida, and then the Spaniards. That's how they I think the Spaniards they came to. They was in Florida. That's taught them how to use weapons and stuff to help them fight in the Gullah Wars with the whites. When did the Gullah
Okay,
Wars
so like I
end?
say, I've only done very, very minuscule history on these Maroons in Florida, fam. I haven't done a whole lot of history. So that's what I'm saying. When I like from my understanding though, bruh, like the ending of slavery with them ends under the Indian conversation. Like they become Indians slaves. And then the ones that don't, they went to Mexico. They still have those Seminoles that left Florida in 1858 are still in Florida now. I mean, excuse me, are still in Mexico now. They moved to Mexico and made a community there. They are original Seminoles from the United States, the state of Florida. I just did a video about them because I'm questioning if they should still be considered citizens because people came from here and they fled slavery and went to Mexico. These were Seminoles. So if you call them Gullah, that's fine, but these are the black Seminoles.
Okay, yeah, it's because there's a lot of Gullahs up in Florida. It says the Gullah Geechee people are descendants of Africans who were enslaved on the rice indigo and Sea Island cotton plantations of the lower Atlantic coast. Okay, the Gullah Wars from 1739 and 1858. So 7 years later, the white man got credit for all of that war that they have did.
Wait, what?
Abraham Lincoln he didn't fight a soul, right? Abraham Lincoln, we're gonna give all that credit. It says the Gullah Wars. Who were the Gullah people? They were black Africans that fought the white man for over 100 years. And Abraham Lincoln being the president stamped it as ending the chattel slavery.
Oh my God.
All of that shit come from niggas.
Listen, bro. So do me a favor and pull up what you can find about a battle in the Gullah Wars.
Okay, hold on. I think they got hold on once. Gullah Wars.
Like, but this is ridiculous, bro. Like, for real. Like I'm gonna need you to stop saying some of this crazy stuff, bro. After this, now.
Man, I would challenge you on that. Now when we talking about the Gullas,
bro, where was the war, bro? Bro, I need the name of a war where a war was fought, a location, cause I get it, bro. They dropped about 50 bodies, bro. I give them credit for that, bro. But
no, they
you're
dropped
making
more
it
than 50
sound like,
bodies.
bro, there was no Gullah war, but you're saying that these Gullah wars happened at the same time as the Civil War, bro. And then
Here you go.
Then you claim that Abraham Lincoln was just a complete fraud and a lie. None of that happened. That was all the Gullah Geechee, bro. Are you serious?
They made it seem like Frederick Douglass told Abraham Lincoln to free my people, and he did it. They ignore all of this. Okay, all right. I want to watch this video.
Yeah, bro. Let's check it out.
In violence, it is intended only for mature audiences.
Blacks were happy, obedient slaves who sang spirituals and waited for the good Lord Jesus to come and set them free. They hardly ever rebelled against their horrific conditions because they knew that if they did, they would end up with nooses strung around their necks and their bloody decapitated heads mounted on poles along the major thoroughfares to set an example for any enslaved Africans who even contemplated doing the same. Wait a minute, that's not historically accurate. There's more to the history of so-called African Americans than our enslavement that's pathetically portrayed in movies such as Roots and 12 Years a Slave. For example, the Gullah Geechee people living along the Sea Islands in South Carolina and Georgia fled their enslavers and established numerous independent settlements throughout Florida. And I'm not talking about that dilapidated Spanish-controlled town called Gracia Real de Santa Teresa de Mose that revisionist historians and white supremacists falsely prop up as the place where Blacks fled to and lived happy and free. Were it not for the unprovoked, ungodly, and relentless pursuits of one of their greatest nemesis, Andrew Jackson, and Presidents Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and James Monroe, the Gullah Geechee people would have reestablished Florida as an independent Black nation similar to Haiti.
Bro. What the fuck are we watching, bro?
Let's watch
it, Taz.
I'm sure you've heard about Nat Turner. I've made videos about Denmark Vesey and John Brown. But something that's not mentioned enough is the fact that we've had hundreds of rebellions. Hundreds. And one rebellion that never gets talked about are the Gullah Wars.
Talk about it.
Our ancestors have never just accepted slavery and laid down. We have always fought back. Did they capture some of us? Yes. But when you're outmanned and outgunned, you're in a pretty tough position.
Black power.
You're in a tough position when you have this punk motherfucker pointing a gun at your 9-year-old daughter. His musket is in her face, and he's telling you, either get on this boat or I'll blow her head off. As a father, as a parent, you'll probably put those chains on and sit down on that boat. Now generations go by, and people are born into slavery. Once you are born into slavery, hell, you think you are a slave. In Frederick Douglass's biography, he spoke about how once slavery was over, many of those slaves wanted to go back into slavery because that's all they knew. When you can control a man's mind, when you can brainwash him, you don't have to worry about his actions. The Gullah Wars is the part of history that they tried to keep from us. They've tried to disguise this as the Indian Wars, and they've also used many other names as this. The Civil War did not free us. President Lincoln did not suddenly gain a conscience and thought to himself, you know what? This is wrong. We shouldn't treat these people like this. We freed us. We freed ourselves. And this was through the Gullah Wars. The Gullah Wars lasted from 1739 to 1858. These were military-minded runaway slaves. The myth that all slaves fled to the north, no. More than half of them went south. They went to Florida. They want to tell you that all the slaves went to the north because they're trying to throw you off from the rebellion. The rebellion that took place for over 100 years. The slaves would run away and head to Florida. This is where they built their own military. Whenever a runaway was captured, he would come back to the plantation and let everyone know what's going on. And if that runaway didn't get captured, he would tell the people in Florida where the plantation was. Give them information about the plantation, where they can hit them, where this is hidden, where that's hidden. Letting their comrades know where to go and what to do. See, the Gullah Wars were vicious, but they had cohesiveness. They had the mindset of either we'll take our freedom or we'll die trying.
Hey, bro, where's the source,
Hundreds of
bro?
angry slaves.
Like,
Town of
you said what?
Like, what the fuck are we watching, bro?
We
Like,
watching.
this nigga
We
don't know
watching.
shit, bro. He just sitting here telling the same fucking bullshit story, bro.
So he don't know shit, but them white folks do.
Like, okay, so for example, again, bro, I don't need white folks. I need a document. I need a source. I need something.
But there's white folks telling you through their documents. Only thing, those documents that you talking about, Taz, is a collective of white people from all over writing stuff down in a book, narrating the story and feeding it to you. I guarantee you, if you check every author that you talking about, majority of them is going to be white people. Only thing they did was told all their stories into a tablet, a book, and they put it and upload it on the internet. So if black folks is not credible, none of them is credible.
There's a reason why none of these people want to debate Taz, bro. Right? You have to have a source. So some people, you can just tell anything. With me, I'm going to ask you, are you aware of the Seminole Negro Indian Scouts? Because after the war, them same niggas you talking about that were here still, they joined the United States Army. So you can't tell me that they fought for 100 years and then became subjects of the army when I can also show you these same people. And this is any documentation. Show me the black person who wrote about this, though. There's a reason why the man ain't described a war yet, JP.
He
ain't
is
described a war yet, bro.
But here's my thing, right? Okay, I'm willing to argue, let's say none of this stuff transpired because neither one of us can't really go in time because we didn't live in that time to stamp none of this shit. So all of this stuff that we getting is regurgitation and it could be, Gullah could be lying, white folks could be lying. But we have known white people to lie, right? They lied, steal, and kill. That's what they did, right? According to them. So, but my thing is, when a black man or a black woman tell us something, we second guess it. Like, oh man, this nigga ain't shit. He don't know nothing. Well, let's check his credentials. Even if he did have credentials, he's still a liar. But when a white man, a known liar, come and tell you something through we got to stamp it as facts.
It just depends on what are you trying to figure out exactly? Because like most of the time,
what the white man has for me to go off of is photographs of black men next to white men in the 1870s saying this is what they did. These were the men who became Buffalo Soldiers. These are
I don't be trusting
Seminoles.
that.
Bro,
Huh?
I
You
mean,
can
what
correlate a
you're
picture.
talking about? What you're talking about is documented shit made out by white men. So how does
Man,
that
who's
work
this
out?
bitch?
All right, you're gonna go. You want to
Hey,
do
bro,
that?
what the fuck you up here talking to me for, man? If you don't take your foreign ass on somewhere, bro.
You want to do that for real?
Like, bro, I'm not talking to you.
Do you know who I am?
Hold on. Now, Simon, this is between me and Taz.
Tell him to chill the
Taz.
hell out.
No,
Yeah,
Simon.
but like seriously, bro.
He
This is
turned
between me
around,
and
called me
Taz.
a bitch. Straight out. Straight out.
No, Pookie, they didn't
hey,
leave
Simon.
the United States on a broken promise. They fled slavery. Slavery was still in operation when they left. I
He
just
don't
can't
know what
remember
he's
the name
talking
of it, but they
about. He got.
still have a city in Mexico today.
But this is my thing though, right? You keep saying that white folks give you documentation. We all know white folks lie on documentation. They even told you these false scientists said dinosaurs, we evolute from monkeys and shit. I guess we had to believe that too. So we make
Yeah,
it
I
seem like
don't.
just because they document something, it can't be questionable.
That's not documented, bro.
It's documented that we evolved from monkeys. We evolute from monkeys. That's a
No,
document.
no. That is someone's opinion. That's not documented. Documented means that we can go to it and look at the information being put together in its time. We don't have information showing the evolution of a monkey to a human as it happens. We don't have that.
Well, it's documented like the stories that they tell about Egypt, right? And they got it documented. But I know for a fact it's made up though. They even put it on TV on history channels. The stuff that they put on history channels depicting Egyptians and stuff like that, and that's considered to be documents. I know for a 110% is false.
I don't think it's anything wrong with raising questions about history, but the question becomes, why are you doing it? Because if it was something you agreed with, would you raise questions against it? Because see, I don't have a problem with that. I'm just more so trying to figure out why you pushing so hard against documented history.
Because for one, our enemy telling us about ourselves, right? They're not going to tell us. They always going to narrate the story. That's just like if you go beat somebody up, right? And let's say that person used to act like he the big bad bull of the community, and you whoop his ass in private. While his people, he gonna tell his people that he won the fight, or he probably got jumped. He not gonna say, "Man, that nigga whooped my ass." So that's the same thing. Like that's nature for certain people to do, to make up these lies to narrate the story. The motive. A lot of people ask, "Well, why would white folks lie about that?" The motive is so they can always narrate the picture like they are the dominant one. They can't be beaten. So in our minds, we will never try to try them because they win every war. They're not gonna they're not gonna give you no inkling that it's a possibility that you can get in their ass. And this part why black folks,
but that's not true. Like I say, okay, so here's what I'm trying to make sure you understand. It's not an unknown thing. You're calling them the Gullah Wars, but in Florida they would be called the Seminole Wars, right? So, but it still doesn't denote defeating the United States so slavery can end in the South. That's the reach. That's where you're going too far. Because I'm not taking away any of their victories. The data I think argues that they would have won all three by proxy, not just going body for body, and bodies dropping though. This is survival. This is over the years. Right. So when you talk about a war from 1758 to 1858, bro, you're not talking about guns blazing and people dropping. It's more so strategic, and people survive in keeping your customs and culture intact. The war against you, can you survive it? That's what that shit is, bro. We're not talking about anything other than surviving the rebellion against you.
Okay, see, but here's my thing, right? So you will believe that the white man said what they told us in history with black men is that we just fell back, letting some white man come and grape us, grape our children, grape our women, put chains on their neck. Let us say they had a few niggas that did that, but not all niggas was like that. A lot of those white men was getting whooped. So, but they narrate the story like we just set up there and let these motherfuckers fuck with our kids. It's in our nature to go wild when you fuck with my family. That's in our nature, period. If a police come right now trying to take my kids, whatever, and I got all these guns in my house, nigga, they getting blammed.
Right,
Or
that
my
sounds good.
But the way they narrate the story is that we just fall back and let these white motherfuckers butt break us. All kinds of shit. Take our kids. They told us lie for so long to the point where anytime you tell a lie for so long, it becomes damn near facts.
But okay,
especially when the other person's not here to tell the other side.
So, bro, this is why I was telling you to look the war up, though, bro, and what you're referring to. The reason why that war, quote unquote, ended in 1858, it was based on the lack of supplies. So because these amazing, wonderful, hard-fighting Gullah people couldn't feed themselves no more, they acquiesced and moved on to Indian territory, bro. Like, and this is that's the bad part about it.
Indian.
Huh?
Gullah Wars were labeled, they despise Gullah Wars with the Indian Wars. The white man labeled it as the Indian Wars.
I mean, you can label it whatever you want to, bro. At the end of it, the Gullah people moved on to land that was denoted for Indians. Did they not?
Let's say all that be true. That's not my point. I ain't talking about the end of the war. I'm talking about the war. So when you got people like in Chicago be calling them, using the word Geechee as gay, that's very offensive. Because them the only niggas in America history that stood up and challenged the white man physically. No other groups, gangs, organizations, nothing. Not even Black Panthers stood up to them white folks like the way Gullah did. They far from being some hoe ass niggas. In fact, everybody else will be labeled hoe ass niggas compared to Gullahs.
But they're okay. So and I get the pride, right? But the years you're talking about in situation, it just doesn't denote an impressive argument. I do get it, but you're fighting against a 1830s argument down in the Florida swamps. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Gullahs for defeating the army in the 1830s. They ain't had shit to do with slavery ending, fam. You know what I mean? Like I say again, that Vietnam is no different than the argument that you're making for the Gullah Wars. It's a war being fought on their soil where when they pick you off, they're able to pick you off at the same rate that you could pick them off, even though you're bigger, stronger, faster than them. So I like I said again, you're not talking about a fully sustained war for 100 years of them fighting physically. It was about their survival, and in the end, to survive and save their families, they went onto that fucking plantation, bro. Like that's what we have to be honest about.
The only part you want to believe.
The Gullah people accept the United States labeling for a reason.
So that's the only part that you're willing to believe about the Gullah Wars.
What? I'm sorry. What part is there that I should believe that you think I don't?
Now, like you say, you pull up anything. They said the real motherfuckers who really ended chattel slavery was the Gullah Wars. Nobody else.
How?
That put in the leg work was them Gullahs. It wasn't Abraham Lincoln. It wasn't Frederick Douglass. No, it was them niggas on the ground that been fighting, like you say. It wasn't like the straight 100-year fighting every day. But what I'm saying is, every time it was time to go down, them niggas went down. It wasn't no submissive niggas letting these white folks just do the fuck they know. It was them Gullah niggas from Africa. So when they say African niggas never did nothing for African Americans, Gullah niggas is Africans.
Okay, so you would have to show me then why the quote unquote Gullah Wars ended in 1858.
Huh?
I said, show me why the Gullah Wars ended. You know what I'm saying? So like that video you was playing, if you play it to the end or some shit, I want to know what's the argument being made, because I'm telling you, the Gullah Wars or the Seminole Wars ended, however you want to put it, they ended because these Indians decided that they would, okay, we'll be Indians. And that was that. And they've been working with the government ever since, bro. They're Seminoles.
Let's say they all been true. Let's say they're all true. But the thing is, okay, you want to watch some more of the video?
I would like to see the end where because again, I like a lot of the problem is the cap he doing in the video. I want to see how he's saying the third Gullah War ended in 1858. I want to see what he says happened there.
We only got like 14 minutes of it. Let's try to see what all he was saying, because he was saying a lot of stuff within the thing. But my uncle's new was telling me something deeper though.
Town, plantation to plantation, overwhelming everything in their paths. And they was killing everything. People were getting their heads chopped off. People were getting set on fire. And they didn't care. This included women and children. Because you have to understand this. Yes, that may be graphic. But now it was their turn to do the killing. It was their turn to do the raping. It was their turn to cut people open.
Wow.
It was their turn to cut heads off. They would ransack anything in their path and slaughter everybody. The first war began in 1739, called the Stono Rebellion. They went to a local gun shop and they took all the weapons.
Yeah, that don't count.
They killed the shop owner.
Hey, pause
As
it right
they collected
quick,
the
bro.
weapons and they left.
Hey, pause this shit right quick, bro. Now look, just so you know now, that's too early, fam. 1739 is 50 years before we can talk about the first goddamn president of the United States. Like, God, I mean, we ain't nowhere near no Declaration of Independence or nothing, bro. 18, like, bro, at least we was in the 18. We are now in 1730, the Stono Rebellion, bro.
Mm-hmm. He was just telling me like the beginning of what.
Yeah, but bro, that's
like,
what I'm saying, bro. If we ain't at 1776, we ain't even talking about the country.
I think you're gonna get into that.
All right, bro. I'm listening, man. This shit crazy, bro. Let me get my food out, bro. Go ahead, play it, bro. I'm listening, bro.
All right, get the popcorn ready.
All chant freedom, 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 freedom. It was so loud. Freedom, 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 freedom. It was so loud that it echoed throughout the town. Everybody heard it. As I've stated, the war lasted for over 100 years, but the most important one took place probably about a decade before the Civil War kicked off. These runaway warriors lit up the United States military. Yeah, you heard that right. The United States military got their asses handed to them. A little more than 400 escaped slaves defeated nearly 12,000 of the United States' finest. They led them off into the swamps and other areas. And since they knew the location, they were aware of the surroundings, the U.S. had no chance. Now, back in 1812, Spain was at war with the U.S. over territory in Florida. Now, Spain, they got word of what was going on. So they started giving weapons to the escaped slaves. They started giving them weapons and they started training them. And that army grew. The army grew fast. They were so aware of their surroundings out there in Florida. Every time there was a war, they lit their asses up. They had no chance. It was a one-sided battle. The U.S. was getting attacked from angles that they had no idea how to respond to. There was a very prominent town in Suwanee, Florida. In Suwanee, they didn't need white folks for anything. They didn't need any assistance.
Remarkable story. It's overlooked not just by filmmakers, it's not well known in popular culture, and in fact, it's been overlooked by historians of slavery, if you can believe it. In the early 18th century, two groups in particular fled the colonial South into Spanish Florida, into the Everglades. One of these groups
Hold on
were
a minute.
Seminoles, who are
Stop that shit for a second, bro. You got me fucked up. Hold on a second, bro. Wait a minute. Hey, my nigga, what the fuck that white bitch doing in here, bro?
No, I guess she was up there narrating the story. I guess he finna disprove her.
Wait, nah, so the white bitch get to tell your side of the story?
No, he finna disprove her.
Nigga,
No,
why
he
do
finna
the white
disprove
bitch
her.
get to tell your side of the story? Why do you believe this shit,
Well,
nigga? This shit coming from the white bitch.
she's not part of his story. What he did was, when they was talking about the Gullah, they not trying to mention Gullah people. You gotta keep in
Well, why
mind, Gullah
she
people.
even in it, bruh? Like bruh, no, bruh. But she white, bruh. She ain't got no business on your side of the story, nigga.
No,
Not the
he
way
took
you
a
was coming.
video clip. He took a video clip because she's trying not to mention those, like he said, there was two groups flew from south and all this. They try not to mention the Gullah niggas. He finna take her story and like, bitch, please. Because they was up there talking about the wars, but what they try to they don't never, white folks that know about this history not gonna mention nothing about the Gullah wars.
That's what she doing.
But no, she tried to disguise it. Like, if you heard her, she ain't try to acknowledge that there was some Gullah niggas that was, nobody never seen white people get their ass handed to them, especially here in America. They not finna sit up here and tell those stories because they not finna try to, they is not finna sit up and explain to black folks to give us some good ideas. Like, they not finna give us no ideas.
But she about to do it right now, bruh.
That ass.
Nah, bruh, push play, bruh. She about to go in, bruh. She about to tell your story, bruh. Push play. I'm listening.
Let's see. Let me move on a little.
In the early 18th century, two groups in particular fled the colonial South into Spanish Florida, into the Everglades. One of these groups were Seminoles, who were migrating from the various colonies, just trying to avoid white encroachment, basically, trying to move someplace that white colonists weren't. And the other group was runaway slaves, people who were fleeing and trying to create a free life for themselves.
The Seminoles was like the lighter version, and the runaway slaves was the Gullahs.
Both were welcome in Florida. And in fact, the Spanish crown offered runaway slaves their freedom if they would defend the land for the crown, for the Spanish. So
she referring to Gullah people. She don't want to acknowledge Gullah.
A mixed society emerged in the Everglades of intermarriage, family intermingling between these runaway slaves and the Seminoles. And in fact, the first legally sanctioned Black free town in the North American continent was in the Spanish Florida Everglades. After the American Revolution, people living in the southern states didn't really like living that close to a large armed population of former slaves, particularly when they were in league with the local Native American nation, the large armed group of free Seminoles. And they knew that their own slaves felt free to run away and be harbored by this group. They knew that they were welcomed. And so From George Washington's administration on, there was questions of what do we do about the problem of the Florida Everglades. In 1818, this was James Monroe's administration, General Andrew Jackson actually moved into Florida, invaded it, not authorized to do so. He was actually pursuing justice against those who'd attacked Fort Scott in Georgia, but he did it anyway. He went into Florida, and he took the opportunity to execute some of the people who opposed him, and also to clean out some of the areas of former slaves and Seminoles, because he felt that this would make it better for annexation. The United States then soon actually bought Florida from the Spanish. When Jackson became president, he decided to make sure that the Black Seminole communities were moved out by force. So he pursued this in his policy, his larger policy of Indian removal. This led to the Second Seminole War, which was 1835 to 1842, and became the largest and costliest of the so-called Indian Wars. Because the two communities were tied together, that is, the former slaves and the Seminoles, when the Seminoles were attacked in the Seminole War, this led to an uprising of the former slaves. In April of 1836, Black Seminoles and their Indian allies moved together to create what was the largest slave rebellion in U.S. history. This wasn't just a matter of runaway slaves. More than 385 plantation slaves ran away from their masters and joined the Black Seminoles, essentially in laying waste to the Florida sugar mills, which were some of the most valuable areas, plantations in the whole continent.
They didn't need any assistance. They had their own farming, their own land, and they were very successful. Soon to be president, Andrew Jackson, who was general at the time, sent the troops into Suwanee, and they got annihilated. So they went into battle. They got their ass tore off, and as they retreated, since they were forced to retreat because they couldn't handle it, General Andrew Jackson spotted a section in the community where the women and children were hiding. Since all the men were fighting in the war, they hid all the women and children. This punk, bitch, motherfucker spotted them and slaughtered each and every one of them. They couldn't handle the men, so they slaughtered the women and children. And then they continued their retreat. But you see outrage today over these statues that we're trying to take down. See, Andrew Jackson is known as a hero. Andrew Jackson is on the $20 bill. All through school's curriculum, we were taught how people like Andrew Jackson were heroes. Fuck Andrew Jackson. And may he rest in peace. Now, the act of importing slaves was not stopped due to the kindness of their hearts. The United States stopped importing slaves because of the Gullah Army. That army kept growing and growing.
Stop.
Now, as I stated before.
Bro. Now, bro, the United States stopped importing slaves because it was written into the goddamn Constitution. Okay, the importation of slaves wasn't supposed to happen no more after 1808, bro. Like, what are we talking about here? That's in the Constitution.
See, where that source come from?
The Constitution, nigga.
The Constitution, which we know they violate the Constitution all the time.
No,
see, that's the other thing. Who wrote the Constitution? Did black folks have their influence in writing that Constitution in those days?
Yes, a black man did have some influence.
That's not the point.
What black man has in the Constitution, writing the Constitution?
Right, that's another topic.
The government writing it.
Benjamin Banneker is his name, but that's another topic. But listen what I'm telling you. So when we start talking about the importation of slaves, which is what he said, the importation of slaves, that was supposed to stop in 1808. 1787 was the year when they signed it, and that in 20 years it was supposed to stop. So the Gullah Wars ain't even happened yet, right?
Wait, what year you say? 1808.
1808. It would be 1808.
Yeah, the war started 1739.
All right, bro. Listen, bro. No, bro.
But this is what I'm saying. Like I see the white lady in the chat talking about Taz correct. Taz only correct every time when the white man tell him something. But when the black people tell him something, it's false.
No,
like I said earlier, I'm willing to negotiate and let you say all of his lies, but we ain't finna always sit up here and say what white folks say is a fact. Because white folks that's the blueprint. Like they're not gonna lie.
Bro, a white lady just said it in the video, man.
Right. Taz, they tell lies on this type of stuff all the time. They twist up stories all the time.
Right.
Media period, twist up lies all the time. Like they told you that niggas ate pork and beans on the moon. Like they always tell you stories.
Right, but I'm only going off the language. If we start talking about the importation of slaves, right? That, fam, you can't stand on that. Just like this shit they saying in the chat. John Hanson, he's on the $2 bill. He's black. He's not black. He's white as fucking snow. And I like that. It's don't believe memes. There wasn't no fucking black president named John Hanson.
And the Seminoles wasn't all black Seminoles. It was like the Seminoles, like the Spaniards a little bit. No, the runaway slaves, which was the Gullahs. They were black people. The runaway slaves, there were two people that was fighting to Florida. It was the runaway slaves and the Seminoles. The Seminoles like a lighter complexion of people. I think they was like Spaniards or whatever. Then they start interracial. They started interracial and giving each other. And the Spaniards trained the runaway slaves on how to fight the white America. And it was fucking the white America up. See, the white America got us believe that they are the top dog motherfuckers and nobody ever defeated them and nobody was spanking that ass. If you go off what America tell you, you will be sitting up here looking foolish.
Right,
of course, they're gonna always make themselves seem like they the top dog heroes.
That's not true. Anybody who knows the story of Vietnam knows that that's just not true. America lost Vietnam, bro.
Outside of Vietnam. But the one thing they ain't finna tell you that black folks was kicking ass, because do you know what they would do? If they would have taught this, if they teach this shit in class to black boys, black girls, this type of shit would they think this type of shit would give them, these black boys and black people, some type of, they not gonna tell black folks the truth. They're not gonna do it. They ain't gonna say, well, y'all black folks, y'all was whooping our ass. You think they're gonna teach us that? So we can get the balls to do it again?
Definitely. So here's the thing, bro. Like, for example, right, what they say in the chat. This is how we get fucked up on the information, right? So John Hanson, the black man, bro, he's a Liberian politician. If you type in John Hanson and Google, well, matter of fact, let's finish this first and then we'll do John Hanson. Well, let's finish this first. Let's finish this crazy video because I want to hear the end of this shit.
All right, it's almost done.
The people who were born into slavery, they had a different mindset. Now, people that they were bringing over thought totally different. So you got these people that you're bringing over. They don't think that they're slaves. Now, some of the people that were born into slavery, they fought and they wanted to get out. But a lot of people they were bringing over, they were riders, and they wasn't having that shit. And this is what led to the Emancipation Proclamation. White towns had so much fear.
Bro.
Everyone was so afraid.
Bro.
And they put so much pressure on Lincoln.
My nigga, how he just, bro. Now, how the fuck did he just jump to 1860, 1861? How the fuck did we get all the way to inside the Civil War? This is the reason for the Emancipation Proclamation.
I think when he was, you got to think when he narrated the story, he, of course, he can go. I take it as more of a deeper video, but this like a, you know, because if you go step by step, we'd be here all day. We talking about over 100 years of stuff.
No, that would have been like just a clear 30-year jump, bro. The 1830s.
So let me ask you, let me ask you. I appreciate the trying to be more critical thinking, right? You using critical thinking when it comes to some nigga shit, but you're not using critical thinking when white folks tell you shit. Yeah, it seems like when white folks told you, it's a fact. This is, you got to understand what you're arguing, where your stance, Taz. Your stance come from what white folks done taught you.
Bruh, my stance
That's
come
a
from the fact that niggas just skipped 30 years, bro. My stance come from the fact that I know this history. He just left out the homicide. He just left out Florida becoming a state. He skipped over 1858, which is the year that this shit is in question. He skipped all the way to the goddamn Emancipation Proclamation, bro. Come on, man. Come on, bro. You gotta explain. You gotta explain how you just jump off. He passed a whole bunch of history there, bro. That matters to this point. Ahead,
I'm not really doubting you. What I'm saying is, when you talk about these stories, right? I'm willing, and again, I'm willing to say they both lying, right? But we ain't finna sit up here and say niggas is lying about their side, since we so used to believing what white folks tell us. Now this is how this conversation is. White folks is up here and we gotta disprove what white folks say. You ain't using no type of critical thinking when it comes to when white folks telling us shit. Ain't nobody trying to put two together, question the authors or nothing. We just said this is what the white folks documented, and y'all gotta disprove this. This is how the conversation is going.
I don't need to do that. When the white man need to be called out for lying, I can do that too. Sometimes,
but you're not talking about everything you talking about, Taz. It was illustrated by white folks.
Right.
They documented it on a paper, and this is what you're using. This is you using what the white folks documented, and this is what you're using as leverage. Everything that you said is what the white folks done told you what took place. True or false?
Absolutely. No.
So how do you get the information there?
Because I read history, bro. And like I said,
okay, you read history. Somebody had to write it down. Would you agree?
But JP, I told you I'm not even completely versed on the Seminole Wars. I'm just giving you some basic information that I know. I'm not completely versed on wars like that.
But this is my thing. Somebody had to write that history down. And according to slavery days, we weren't able to read and write, correct? So it had to be white folks. It had to be white folks writing this stuff down. And
what makes you so black people could read and write? What do you mean?
You say what?
1700s, black people could read and write. Stop saying that bullshit.
Okay, to get published, do you think that the white folks, especially during that times, would allow black folks to tear their side of the story, especially that will put white folks in a losing position? You can't even see, we can't see a white man getting gunned down on YouTube before they start taking them down. But yeah, you can see black men get gunned down every day. Put a video of a white cop or a white man getting beat the brakes off or gunned down by a black man. They taking that video down, and you play it, they striking your shit. But you can post black men getting gunned down all day long. So that goes to show you how they, when it comes to them losing, they don't want that to be advertised. Because you're gonna get not just black people, it's gonna give the world an idea that the white man can be beaten.
But if you put a black man on your channel, bro, getting beat down, they're gonna take the shit down. What do you mean? Either way.
What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is like when in Chicago, when them dudes beat up that white boy, they was striking everybody's channel, but yet we were seeing Trayvon Martin them videos left up there for a while. You can see black man videos used to last way longer than you see them. They not gonna even post white man getting defeated. A white cop I posted a video of a black man knocking out a white cop. They took the shit down. Quick.
Trayvon Martin video you talking about, bro?
Huh?
What Trayvon Martin video?
No, I'm just saying in general. White folks are not going to allow you to put them in a negative light like that.
Why not?
The white folks understand the message. The messaging is very important. They really teach you as a loser. See, this is what I'm saying, Taz. They really, the white folks.
That's what I'm saying. You ain't gonna do it, nigga. You can put white folks in a bad light, and you choose not to. You don't use your channel to put white people in a bad light. I do. I make channels to shit on white people and put them in a bad light. Use the media to show what the fuck white people do. You don't do that, nigga. You better stop talking to me about what white people. I ain't the one to hide what they do, nigga. You is.
I can somewhat agree with you, but what I'm saying is, Taz, is that they narrating the story. They are the colonizers now. Let's just say they won, because at the end of the day, they still in charge, so they won, right?
Hey, JP, can I say something real quick?
Go ahead,
Shout out to you, JP, man. I see you online, brother. You always online when I'm working, man. I just wanted to come in and chime in with you for a minute. And I just wanted to say, bro, you're not wrong. You know I agree with you. One thing about me, man, I'm always ride with my brothers, man, because I know what's up. It's not a coincidence with everything that you're saying, right? People have set foot on the earth. All of these people, the people that they've colonized, all have issues within themselves. Asians have issues with their eyes. They want to get eye western surgery. The Indians have issues with colorism. They using skin bleaching. Black people here, especially when I hear certain black people here, they be sounding just like fucking white supremacists. Regurgitate. This country that we live in, man, this country was built off of cheap labor, lies, and brutality. That's what this country was built off. And those lies, the same people, the people that spreaded those lies was was considered the most educated people, right? They had people that was considered scholars, that had degrees and everything, that turned around with 3/5 of a human being, or our brains was not as developed as European brains. People forget about this shit. And it's a lot of black people that don't know shit about being black because they don't read. They don't fucking read their own history. They don't know shit about being black. They don't know nothing about laws and policies or what certain presidents implemented that fucked us up 40 years ago, let alone 100, 200 years ago. Everything that happens in the past. Wait, hold on, man. I'm talking to him. First and foremost, everything, bro. No, I'm not talking to you. This ain't your channel, nigga. I'm talking to him. I'm talking to Jay Prince. Chill out.
He wrong, nigga. And you dumb.
What you think you wrong? Taz, you a fucking loser, man. Ain't nobody talking to you, bro. Mind your business. JP. What I'm saying is that
1-8. Let me clear some right. Taz is a heavy influence of the Black House. I want y'all to have a respectable conversation, because I do respect you too, 1-8. And but Taz is the heavy influence over here too. Let's have a conversation. We shouldn't be beating up on each other. This conversation never get us to beat up on each other.
I'm not trying to beat up on nobody. I was trying to respond, and Taz was interrupting me while I was responding to what you were saying.
Bro, you want to talk past me, bro? Why?
Because I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him, this man. I'm not talking to you.
Right, but you said that the information that he has, he's not wrong. I'm saying he is. So I'm asking, is there a way you can provide some source to say that it's correct or not? Like, bro, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know some other shit, bro. We'd have to do all of the other shit. But I do want you to acknowledge that you just came up and tried to talk past me.
Yes, because I was talking to JP. I came up on JP's channel to speak with him and give him congratulations on where his channel was going and give him props on his channel. That's who I'm talking
I'll
to.
wait till you done. Bet. I'll wait till you done. Go ahead. My bad for interrupting you.
Yeah, but it's important for black people to research and do their due diligence on their own history, man. We don't know shit. The only thing we know is what's fed to us. And then we regurgitate a lot of shit that's disingenuous when it even comes to us. And that's the thing we're not even honest about. We're not even honest about that. So that's all I wanted to say.
And that's the part I do that I'm saying, like, we got to be careful on how we're not in control of our history. Basically, like, you got bits of people that would tell the story, but a lot of those people ain't here to even tell a side. Every time you talk about anybody, not just black folks, when you talk about anybody, right?
You got to out of here.
It's always narrated about them. Like white folks don't lie. We are willing to admit that white people lie all the time.
But you know what's worse than a white motherfucker lying? A dumbass nigga speaking out of turn like you know something. I'm telling you what I know, nigga. These niggas dumb as fuck, JP. And what they would rather do is be on some dick riding lame shit than tell you, wait, nigga, we cannot source that. If like fuck the black and white shit. When it comes to this information, nigga, can you source that shit? And when it comes, like, brother, like, all I'm telling you is shit I can source. It's not about white or black people, bro. Like,
what they said in the chat. Okay, Taz. Like they said in the chat, everyone lies. Be love, Blue Jay, white woman, everyone lies. So that means none of it's credible. We can't cherry pick. We can't cherry pick on which we're gonna take as the truth because neither one of us was there. So we don't know for sure. We don't know the white man in those documents telling the truth, or we don't know what the Gullers is telling the truth. Because we wasn't there. We just regurgitating everything that was fed to us. From the white side, from the black side, from whoever side. So all of it can be lies because we don't know specifically what went down.
Right. Remember where we stopped at. Do you remember where I stopped you at? Because what I'm stopping you at is a specific point of reference. I'm not just saying, oh, he lying. No, bro. If you tell me this is the reason why the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, I'm going to say, what? Now, wait a minute, my nigga. Explain that to me. Because that is absolutely not why the Emancipation Proclamation was signed. And that dumb motherfucker who was just up here and other motherfucker can't debate it for the money. I bet 500 to 100 a nigga can't debate that shit with me. What do you mean? These niggas remedial, bruh. So some of this shit, I'm only telling you because I know for a fact what he just said, JP, is bullshit.
Okay, it's a lot of black folks in the chat, right? Why is it that this is my question? When you get in the other side of the story, why everybody sitting up here saying that what these black people information is lies? No proof of nothing. But we don't got no proof of shit what white folks done told us. Not just no wars between black folks. In general, we don't know nothing that these white folks said to be true. But yeah, we sit up here because we got to mark it down in the book to pass to the next grade. We automatically think what the white folks done told us in their classroom indoctrination camps, it has to be factual information. And everybody that comes on that against that, even when you talk about religion and spirituality, knowing damn well that Jesus don't look nothing like us. Nothing like us.
25 years.
All I'm just saying is it got to be, we got to challenge all it. I really feel like black people in general As long as as long as we're gonna continue to hold on to white man education, the more stupid we become. Because because they are the ones controlling your education.
How?
And they not gonna do nothing to make you powerful. You think the white man gonna teach you how to outpower them? No, they are not. They're gonna hide a lot of information from you.
Hey, I just wanted to say to Taz real quick, because Taz apologized to me, so I'm gonna apologize to you, man. I ain't mean to, go off on you like that. It's just that I was trying to speak with JP, so I'm definitely gonna hear you out, man, and I apologize.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about that shit, bro. I just wanted you to come back up here. So no, look, this is what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, I'm not saying none of this to shit on black people. This ain't a negative response or a conversation about belittling Gullah Geechee. But what I am saying is the reach that's being made in the video is too far of a reach. If you're going to tell me the Gullah Geechee is the reason for the Emancipation Proclamation, I'm going to say show it, man. And he can't show that. Anybody can.
Okay, so this is my question. So what white folks to be telling you is not a reach? It's not a reach when they told you that a bunch of black men allow white men to come in and grape his kids, grape his wife, and grape him in front of him, and he didn't do nothing? That's not a reach.
Well, the story.
Since they don't want to tell it, it got to be true.
Hey, black people told that story.
Okay, let me just say this.
Story.
Black people told that story, bro.
Slaves didn't tell that story. People they told to them.
It's been plenty of black men that then died for their family, man. That then died in slavery. All of the multiple slave revolts all over this fucking country. People, like, you can ask the average black person who July King is. They wouldn't even be able to tell you. Like I said, man, and here's the thing. I don't let the shit bother me spit anti-black rhetoric, because I know a majority of people are fucking cowards. If black people start winning today, if black people started winning tomorrow, all of these people will be coming around with their hands out. Like you've always been for your own people. Like you wasn't just sitting here talking the grimiest, dirtiest, filthiest shit about your own people just yesterday. So that shit don't really bother me. But for the most part, a lot of history is distorted. A lot of it is lies. Just like we celebrate Columbus Day. Columbus didn't discover no fucking America. He came over here. He purged. He purged America pretty much. He came on a ship. He was funded by Spain, by Queen Isabella in Spain, to come over here. He saw a bunch of natives, started enslaving them. They died off diseases. Then they went to Africa and got slaves and brought them back to the New World. That's pretty much it. Like, a lot of shit, you got to be careful with what you read. But I disagree with, because we live in America, unfortunately, everything is built around this system, and the structure. So we have to know information that is out here and use that and apply that to our own people.
And my read, 18 letter, read a book. So what book is that? That white man book?
Hold on, I'm currently reading. Hold on, JP. Let me respond to it real quick. I'm currently reading Black Labor and White Wealth by Dr. Claude Anderson. Another book that I'm reading is called Word. I've read 48 Laws of Power. I've read 33 Strategies of War. I read The Art of Seduction. Let me see what else. I'm currently what's the name of this book? I forgot the name, but I got plenty of books, Maya, that I read. Y'all the ones that sound stupid.
Even if why every time to get educated you got to read a white man's book? Even though I understand that it's black people write books too, but what I'm saying is a lot of those black people was fed the same information that we all was fed. They went to school and got indoctrinated the same way we did. So why the answer always got to read? We don't understand how whitewash. Now I understand why Africans don't really fuck with African Americans.
No. That's why I got to disagree with you, JP, because they fucked up. They are fucked up mentally. They more fucked up than Black Americans. They was colonizing their own land.
They look at us like
it don't even matter what they. It don't even
with a
matter
white
what they
man.
look at us like because they were
We
colonized in their own land. They were colonized in their own fucking land, forced to speak a language in their own land, and all of their resources taken away from them. While they fighting fucking tribal wars, you got all of France, Europe, France, Britain, and the Dutch and everybody else that can unified against the whole fucking continent. While they still worried about if you Igbo or Yoruba or all of that other goofy tribalist shit. So they ain't got no room to talk about nobody.
I could see that, but what I'm still saying, we ain't in no different position. My thing is, they don't really fuck with us because we so whitewashed. Even though they know we come from the same skin, it's just the fact that even though we Africans and type of relations, but they know we are black folks that study nothing but white folk stuff. The fact that
bro, they fucking love white folks. Them Africans love them some white people.
But here it is.
Don't let
1-8. This goes to show you how whitewashed we is. I'm sitting up here telling them I don't trust this white shit, and she keep telling us go read some white man's book. She's so dumb. She's so glued to what white men say. It's like they trust what white, even though they can know white men is liars, thieves, and all that stuff. But since they was the only ones that's feeding us education throughout all our lives and been passed down, they automatically assume what white folks say in their books is they motherfucking fact. How you gonna call a liar a fact? If I was a liar, y'all won't believe shit I say after what comes out my mouth. But why come white people get this much grace? Why do we give white folks so motherfucking much grace? They lie all the fucking time. They manipulate us as fuck. We believe and trust them motherfuckers so motherfucking much.
You want me to show you the black lady?
You got us worshiping a white man for a God. And would dare a black man to come and tell us our God ain't white.
Let me show you this black lady.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing that gets me, right? Like, that'll swear we're the worst thing on earth. Even though everything that they swear about black men have been most of it has been based off lies. Black men don't have a history of lynching. We ain't got no history of courting people. Maiming people. We don't have a history of colonization. We haven't plagued people with fucking diseases. We haven't created to make sure we get ahead while other groups stay at the bottom. We haven't fucking massacred anybody. We haven't created no fucking Civil War or no World War I or World War II, and we damn near World War III. We haven't dropped bombs on no fucking body. We haven't done it. Operation Move in Philadelphia in 19 dropped fucking bombs on a black neighborhood. Like literally, you got motherfuckers. They didn't create all types of medicine by experimenting on fucking black women and doing all types of shit. While most of them be, forget about the past and all of that in the goddamn comment section with y'all dumbasses. They did, man, bro. Like to the motherfucking choir, man. Motherfuckers is slow. Yeah, like a lot of people are really, really slow. And the crazy thing is that psychological thinking pattern, that doesn't go anywhere. That just passes down from generation to generation. The same strategies that they used back then, they're using today, just in a more fucking modern form. But people are so slow that they don't even think about that. Most people can't fucking critically think their way out of a fucking wet brown paper bag, yet alone actually putting two and two together when it comes to money and power and when it comes to resources.
And Steve sending us to white man's Google. I think they look at books and Google and internet like it's no human form. Right? I think they think Google is like a machine that produces nothing but facts. No, it's not. Google is nothing but uploads of people, no different from those white man books. It's nothing but uploads via through the internet so for you to go look up. Google don't mean it's factual information. It's nothing but uploads of people uploading on what they want you to know. It's not no computer machine that's calculating all these scientists, all this shit and making factual information. That's not what Google is. Google can be debunked on many different levels, 100 different ways. Google in books can be debunked.
All right, well, let me show you what can't be debunked. An actual fact, the source. Because again, the problem with what you're saying is you're not acknowledging the facts here. So share my screen, bro, so I can tell you what you're looking at. So this is in Mexico. Like I was telling you, there's a community in Mexico of Seminoles. These are the Seminoles who left during slavery. They went to Mexico and established a black community there. So what I'm talking about is these are some of the quote unquote Gullah people you're talking about. There's no difference.
Seminoles and Gullah people is two different people.
What do you mean?
Seminoles was like the Spaniards. Gullah was like the runaway slaves, but they did integrate with each other.
Wait. When you talk about the Gullah Geechee,
what you mean?
Yeah,
the
but
Gullah Geechee comes from the Carolinas. Am I correct?
They got Seminoles.
The Gullah Geechees come from the.
Go ahead. What you said?
I said, don't the Gullah Geechees come from the Carolinas? They arrived off the coast of the Carolinas, and they ran into the woods and everything of the Carolinas, and that's how they was able to keep their culture and everything, because they was consolidated in that one area without any nothing like that, or plantation owners. So that's how they was able to keep their language and their culture. I don't think the Gullah Geechees, because when you talk about the Seminoles, that was in Florida. I'm not sure if that was South Florida or Central Florida, but the Gullah Geechees was around North and South Carolina area, if I'm not mistaken.
In Georgia and stuff like
all the way to Florida.
Right. Yeah,
they started migrating with each other to help beat the white man's war, to help defeat the white man. They start integrating with each other. So Seminoles, I guess you could probably say Seminoles eventually became as Gullah eventually, because they start integrating with each other.
Listen, those wars where we started at, if those aren't, because the only reason you're referring to them as the Gullah Wars is because you're under the belief that the Seminoles are the Gullah people. Those are the Seminole Wars. What do you mean?
No, see, they put their twist on it. Those wars.
Those wars happened in Florida, not South Carolina.
No, what I'm saying is, Taz, Seminoles did help fight with the Gullahs, but the Gullahs was already fighting them before they hooked up with the Spaniards. The Spaniards, the only thing they did was train them military style and train them how to use weapons. But the Gullah War was already up way before they got with the Spaniards. It just continued, and they just got the Spaniards. The Seminoles just became they connect in the fight.
They connect, bro.
I mean, not they connect. They just you know what I'm saying. They clicked up. It's like they clicked up with the Gullah, and then they started mating with each other.
Okay,
but Gullahs and the Seminoles is two different people.
Okay, so
Tezzy $5 say, JP, please, there has to be a baseline. Everything can't be just whitewash. If false info exists, so does truth. Knowledge is knowledge. No. The problem is that when she say, please, it had to be a baseline. You so used to believing what white folks say, you don't want to accept the fact that.
Let's stick to this point, brother. I need to know who fought in this war. So is these some whitewashed motherfuckers, or is these the real Gullahs that fought in this Gullah war?
Real Gullah people fought in war. And the Seminoles end up getting into it with the Americans as well. Around the same time, the Gullahs had already been fighting them. But later on, the Spaniards got into it with the Americas, which they call the Seminoles.
No, okay, so here's the thing, bro. There are no Gullah wars if there are no Seminoles. If the Gullahs ain't the Seminoles, then there are no Gullah wars, because there are technically Seminole wars.
The Gullah became Seminoles, part of Seminoles when they moved to Florida. That's when they collide together once they moved to Florida, and the Seminoles was into it with America around the same time the Gullahs was, and so they just joined forces to help defeat the white America. That's all they did. They became alliance. Yeah, that's what they were. They became alliance.
No, when was the Gullahs into it with America?
The Gullahs started being in 1739.
No, that's the Florida. That's in Florida. That's not South Carolina.
Taz.
You want both arguments, bro? No, the Seminole Wars are in Florida. So
I think go ahead.
So the Gullah Wars would have to be something completely different that happened in South Carolina, or something's wrong here, bro. That's what I'm saying.
I think what happened when the Gullah Geechees joined forces and became alliance with the Seminoles, right? They labeled that whole war the Seminoles.
No,
the whole some years war, they named it the Seminole War instead of naming it the Gullah Geechee. Once they joined alliances, because when the Seminoles and the Gullah started really warring, that was like one of the biggest war that the Gullahs had with the Americas. So that got more, that war was more memorable than all them past little wars. Mm-hmm. So when they joined forces with the Seminoles and really, got down with them, that's what they call it. Now they try to label that whole war between the Gullahs and the Americas as Seminole Wars, and it wasn't. Gullah didn't join forces with the Seminoles until they moved to Gullah moved to Florida.
Right. So that means there was so in 1739, when the Seminole Wars are already going on, it had nothing to do with no Gullah people.
No, those was Gullah Wars.
No, they couldn't.
That's what they labeled the whole war as Seminoles. No, those were Gullah. Those were the Gullah Wars
in Florida.
Discredit the Gullah Geechees forever. That's why they would put Gullah Geechee people on Nickelodeon. That's why they would say Geechee people is gay and all this other type of stuff to diminish their character because they were some stand-up niggas.
No, because it's cap, bro. Because you sitting here, you're doing it now. Like because you saying it, and I'm just listening to you, so I'm asking, but you can't even answer me.
No, I am answering. I'm saying, Taz, that when Gullah, it was already Gullah Wars before the Seminoles. They joined forces with the Seminoles.
Where? What are these wars? Because what I'm saying is what you're calling
different type of wars. They were wars, right? They had a lot of different wars, like over 100. They had hundreds of wars, right? So these are Gullah Geechees, like certain parts of the groups, right, of the wars. But when we talk about the Gullah War started, it says when you even look it up, it says Gullah Wars started from 1739 to 1858. Mm-hmm. Then 7 years later, that's when Abraham Lincoln so-called freed the end of the chattel slavery. No, it was some Gullah Wars who really fought.
But bro, that's saying that these are people in Florida. Then that's all I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, people in Florida, like later on in the war in the 1800s, late 1800s, when they became alliance with the Floridas, when they migrated to Florida, and the Spaniards trained them, in a military way. That was one of the biggest war that they had. That was a more impactful war, you would say. The war was more impactful once they got alliance with the Seminoles in Florida and the Spaniards. And the Spaniards gave them weapons, trained them military style. And then that was the most, I would say, impactful war. But the war already had been going on since 39 and 1700.
Mm-hmm. But again,
they told us in school about Indian wars. They said this whole war was the Indian when they were fighting the Indians. No, they were talking about Gullahs. They tried to remove the face of niggas who fighting them.
what you just told me and what this story has been telling us the whole time is that these Gullahs escaped slavery and got up underneath a bigger tribe. The Seminoles were the bigger tribe, not the Gullahs.
You can say that. I think they was more, yeah, because they was runaway slaves, but they was more equipped with weapons and stuff like that. But what I'm saying is they was already fighting.
They was runaway slaves. Who they fight?
Yeah, there was the Gullahs was already fighting. They don't never tell you about the Gullahs.
Wait, so who's some runaway slaves fighting, bro?
The runaway slaves were fighting Americans way before then, but they was using like knives and stuff like that. And the best they know how. But what I'm saying is, when they got with the Spaniards, when they moved, when they migrated to Florida, like I got shit. Kayla from Florida, well, she from Georgia, but it's a lot of people it's a lot of Gullahs, Geechees in Florida right now.
Right.
There's a lot of people come on here, they Gullah.
Telling these cap stories.
Huh?
Yeah, there's a lot of them that tell these cap stories because people don't research the shit. It's just cap, bro.
Okay, so if you would, so now hear what you're saying. A lot of people tell these cap stories because they don't research the story, meaning that a lot of niggas, what you really saying, a lot of niggas black folks tell these stories, cap stories, without researching the story from the white man. Because the white man got all the answers. They gonna tell us the truth, I guess.
No, I think we need resources for the things we're trying to tell people. So, like,
I'm willing to say none of it took place then, because we ain't finna sit up here and discredit and try to critique what black folks come up with when we don't critique nothing that white folks tell us. We don't critique nothing that they say. We just believe it.
Wrote books too. Black people told some of these stories too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a lot of stuff black folks done said, because when I look at black folks here today, it can be the same black folks that will write a book. I don't believe none of that. I can sit up here and say that I definitely ain't finna believe the shit that these people done told me. It don't even make natural sense. And they using this like they use data. They use all this stuff that comes from what white people say, and they treat it as if what white people say through their books and the internet is factual information. It can't be debunked. And that's why I got a problem with this. Is the white man's education system. He gonna create a story and tell it the way he want to tell it, but that don't make it facts.
Right.
He just
like I say, when it comes to this, like I say, just what he said in the video is just wrong, brother. Like, you can't show me why you're making the claim that the Emancipation Proclamation is tied to this shit. That like no fucking Indians or none of that shit had nothing to do with the Emancipation Proclamation. That's crazy. And we don't know that to get to that point.
I don't think we know that for a fact. We don't know what we don't really know what was transpiring when this stuff was happening. We don't know what really happened.
Bro, we know for a fact that the Gullah Wars in 1858 didn't have anything to do, or for that matter, because keep in mind, he just skipped to that. He just simply said that led to, right? So
it could have had an impact.
The United
a 100-year war, it definitely could have had an impact. Just like our marches, right? Our marches ended way before we got free on a lot of stuff, right? The marches that we had, when you talk about Malcolm X marches, Martin Luther King marches, it's a lot of stuff didn't transpire until years after they died. And it's gradually, based on that war, the Civil Rights War, like from like Martin Luther King them days, stuff started happening in gradually. Gradually, we start getting freedom by freedom, years after years after years. But that impact come from them marching back then.
No, bro. So here's the thing I would say about that, right? So because the civil rights movement wasn't really a war. And I do think because we saw so many people fight for different things, it was hard to attack all of that strategically. Like the quote unquote white man can only do so much, bro. Like, so, like when you have it coming from all fronts, you got non-violent, you got violence, you got a religious, you got still a pan-African movement, a nationalist movement. They was hitting it from all angles in the 60s. You know what I'm saying? I think that was the primary reason why they were so effective, because it wasn't just one way. However you want to join the movement, you can join it. You want to be a pookie and go kick in cars and fuck up car windows and fuck somebody up, you can join it that way. You want to join it and be educated, come on in, get into college, do some shit like that. You want to join on the corporate level, come on in, we gonna kick the doors in and break all these glass ceilings. There was a way for everybody to make it and fight the power in the 60s, bro. Niggas don't feel like that now. Like everybody in the 60s, as quote unquote, we get into integration in that time period. A lot of people saw that as an opportunity to make it, bro. Today we look at that as if that wasn't that time. As if more opportunities weren't afforded to them with integration. That's crazy.
And that could be true. Let me ask you a question, Taz. Would you let a white man come and grape your kids, grape your wife, and grape you? You just gonna lay there and not do nothing?
Bro, why would you say some shit like that, bro?
No, because I'm trying to show you that history repeats itself. So if you want to do it now, what makes you think we will be letting that shit happen back then? But based on the stories that the white man been telling us, is that we allow white man to come in. Okay, you know the word hunky?
Bro.
Hunky? Yeah.
Listen, question. So you don't think the story that we were told about what happened to Emmett Till happened?
I don't think it do. I don't think it was told in its totality truth.
Black people told us the story, not white people. But black people told these stories, bro. Like I get what you're saying and your overall point in that, but you've got to stop for a second and think that some of us research from the position of being black and know that history can be manipulated. So like I say, like you got to lend credence to some of what I understand is that history can be fucked with, tampered with, manipulated, hidden, obscured, everything. But still, we're supposed to find it and bring it out.
But that's the thing. When they is the one that's in control, because y'all ain't finna listen to no Gullah Geechee telling their side of the story. You gonna automatic if it don't, we program, if it don't come from white man, everybody else lying. Without even realizing.
I'm inclined to listen to dates and information and data that can be proven. I don't care what he is. He can be a goddamn Sioux Indian. Okay, if you got the data and the information right there, and we ain't talking about your genealogy and your grandma and all that. No, I rock with it, fam. I deal with things on the intellectual level. I'm saying that ain't how most people coming though, JP.
That's true, but that's true, Taz. But you know what I think too? I think when a person come and tell the story, it gives room for criticism and critique. So I think if people tell a story via through a book or put it on the internet, it seems like it becomes way more believable without challenge. So if I could put something, if I could write everything down, what I'm saying in a book, without nobody knowing me to critique me, it become way more believable. It will hold way more weight, especially if I wrote it 100 years ago, and you know what I'm saying, and it's still on the internet or it's a book. It would become way more believable because you can't look at me and look at the type of person that I am. You cannot hear certain stuff or hear certain lies or what don't make sense or nothing. You don't have me in front of you to like be able to like, man, this nigga might be lying. This shit ain't making no sense. But if I write something down in a book or put it on the internet and 100 years from now, it's gonna be way more believable than me coming up here telling it. I guarantee you, most of those people that y'all read that wrote those books, if they was here telling it, I guarantee you, we will be second guessing, criticizing a lot of that shit they done told us.
See, I'm not
Because
even going
we get to examine the character of the person who telling us these stories.
But here's the problem, though. Again, it's not looking to, because I'm not looking to diminish anyone. I can take the information and go with it. I think the problem is if you don't like the information, you start raising suggestions about where it came from. You know what I'm saying? And I think you have to be able to accept the information whether you agree with it or not. And that's where I don't think you're there yet. I think you still try to judge the information based on your opinion. And sometimes that, you know what I'm saying, you're going to be wrong with that. Because again, I've never allowed white influence to dictate my understanding, because I learned young that the information is being manipulated. We won't get it all. So you got to dig, and you probably still won't get it all because you weren't there. Right? So I put a lot of time and invest a lot of energy in knowing, bro, what I can know. So that's, you know what I'm saying? That's what I said. I wouldn't steer you wrong, bro. When it comes to that, I was kind of fucking with you at first. I'm not talking shit about him. But what he said in that video is wrong. You know what I'm saying? He's like, bro, the Gullah Geechees are not instrumental in the Emancipation Proclamation or the ending of slavery. Now, again, they have their own history, their own culture, and it is something to respect. But we don't have to lie about it and add to it when there is something there to respect already.
But it literally said in y'all Google, Gullah Wars that ended chattel slavery. It literally said that. The real people that ended chattel slavery was the Gullah Wars.
Right. We pulled it up. We looked at it. It was cap. Right? We looked at it though. That's what I'm saying.
That's why I'm conflicted at. Because we gonna call them cap. We got everything that we've been learning cap dead.
A lot of it is, yeah. I mean,
if you really agree, a lot of it is what's right then. That means none of it, all of it is voided. It's almost like when Flora was telling me about the scientists and stuff, right? She said, because at first people be using scientists like they facts. She said, although scientists would call out other scientists to be liars, well, at that point, if scientists and scientists is both liars, that means none of it is credible. That means that we can't hold nothing to a factual information. If we gonna sit up here and say these other people is not credible, and we already agreed that the people that have been lying to us all the time ain't credible. That lie on some stuff. So what lie did they tell? What truth did they tell? Or what did they manipulate? How did they manipulate the story? So none of it is credible. It should not be not one lie.
Yeah, I don't.
But if you get a few lies, throw all of it away there. In a court of law, none of it. Once you start picking out cherry picking lies, case dismissed. None of it is credible.
Right. So that's why I say all history ain't necessarily attached in that way, though.
He drop off. That's all I'm saying. Taz's gonna pull back up. But that's all I'm saying. If y'all not willing to call out all the lies, and y'all willing to admit that white folks have lied about a lot of stuff, well, everything they say at that point is a lie. None of it's credible at all. I know you gotta put it down on a test to get to the next grade, and it's gonna say correct on their test, in their program, in their system. White education don't equal education of the planet. White education don't mean truth. I don't know what happened, Taz. I think you got dropped.
Yeah, I actually clicked the button. No, I was saying that like it's just not it's not a thing about making them look bad or no shit like that. It's just more so being accurate. And I don't think black people did enough of we weren't able to, in a lot of ways, archive a lot of shit early on And as time has gone on and we're able to archive shit, I feel like people go against that. People go against the history that we can see, let alone the history that we can't see. And so, like, I get questioning. I get questioning everything. I don't have any issue with that. But it gets to a point though where you have to allow the history to speak for itself though. It can't just be the white man or the black man. The history got to speak for itself, and then you let it be.
Through nature. And like Beloved say, I mean, what you are saying is true, JP. We have no concrete evidence on a lot of things. We got to kind of pick and choose what makes sense the most. What makes the most sense, to be honest. Well, a lot, especially when you talk about wars and stuff like that. In wars, a lot of shit don't make sense. When shit be happening, a lot of stuff don't make sense. So you can't always make sense out of everything, because a lot of stuff don't make sense. We even learned that in nature and life today. There's a lot of stuff that happens today that do not make completely zero sense of why this person decided to do this. It did not make zero sense, but it happened though. So we can't just try to common senseify it to just sort everything in history with the word common sense. No. That's the same thing y'all be doing to the Bible. Well, this makes sense to me. But a lot of stuff that transpired don't be making no sense. And what making sense is, it's something for you to understand. Just because you don't understand something, don't mean it did not transpire. That's why we call stuff crazy. Crazy is something that you just can't understand why that happened. That was crazy. I don't know why. How that happened? Wow, get out. It's a lot of stuff that transpired like that. Would you agree, Taz?
Wait, what am I agreeing to?
When Beloved say, we gotta kind of pick and choose what makes the most sense, to be honest. But in those times, a lot of stuff didn't make sense what transpired. And if we got to use discernment, that means all this information is relevant. It's going on people what they determine is to be true or not. It don't make it true.
But JP, processing information is important though, bro. Like I do think it's a brain exercise, if you will, but you have to learn to process information a little faster, and deciphering what is and isn't true. A lot of times that is going to have to come with understanding some of the history already, and you know what I'm saying, like being willing to be wrong about some shit. Like I said, I don't think a lot of people taking that up the time to research a lot of history. They just take what they heard already and leave with that, or speak on that. But like, people ain't looking to speak for themselves about some of the questions.
I just think when it comes to history, especially when something like that happens, it's two sides of the story. There's three sides: his side, their side, and the truth. But the thing is, my problem is, we've been learning the history from white folks, most of it. White folks always be the one narrating the shit. And I'm so sick of that shit. Like, I don't want to hear nothing come from white man's mouth. Or they books, or they Google.
I got smoke for white history, bro. Like, no white people are they have anything to do with what I know. Like I said, I would love to challenge white people intellectually, but they choose to stay away from a lot of that shit. They don't debate any of that history. Like I said, they don't know shit either.
Lord said it's manipulation to get you lost in the sauce. Yes. They not, and you got to keep in mind, they your opposition. And a lot of those books was written when they was your opposition at best. Like, a lot of those books that y'all talk about was written in the days where they didn't have no love for you. And so what makes you think a lot of that stuff gonna be empowerment to you, or they gonna tell you the truth about you? They gonna tell you a bunch of bullshit so you can be running around here looking stupid for them. and been they dummies. Like we've been the white man's dummies for a long time. And when you talk about these old books in history, they not finna lie. They was your biggest ops. We even believe in their God that they gave us. Slaves, be good slaves. White masters, be good white masters. Basically say, niggas, y'all be good slaves to the white man. Do what the white man tell you. Follow the laws of the land. Basically said, follow the law of the white man. And not rebel. We supposed to be starting war with them or doing something and rebel against them. But the Bible, they gave us a Bible that told us to shut the fuck up and do what the white man told you to do.
Wait, slow down, Clam. I'm trying to figure out why we gonna start a war again?
I'm saying ain't nowhere in the world we supposed to be letting the white man put his foot on our fucking necks this long without challenging him. Everybody else across the world challenged the white man but us.
Hey, my nigga, if a white man put his foot on your neck, bro, you a weak ass nigga.
He already got his foot on our necks. We just don't realize it. He has his foot on our necks.
Speak for your own neck, my nigga.
I don't know why black people don't think that white man got his foot on your neck.
Bro, because I'm okay, so let me say it like this, bro. I went to prison, bro. And not being able to go where I want to go and do what I want to do when I want to do it, that is having your foot on my neck. Okay? As long as I'm free and can do what I want to do, move how I want to move, but it's not the same. It's not.
You can't move. You can't do what you want to do, Taz.
What I can't do is live with a slave mindset when I've been in a slave position.
This one you can't. It's 88,000 laws telling you what you cannot do that you don't even know about. And ignorance of the law is no excuse. So it's 88,000 laws that's telling you can't do what you want to do.
Yeah, I don't want to do nothing against those laws. To be honest, there's not a thing I can think of right now that's against the law that I want to do. I live in a state where I can smoke weed freely. I can carry a gun even though I'm a felon. Like this is a wonderful state to live in. So yeah, there's no laws I need to break. Salute to the police.
What up, real poop?
Yo, what up, y'all? Panel. Flora, Secretary of State. Taz, what up, go? Mr. Prez. I'm just listening. I think they are having a great conversation. It's just give and take. I honestly get where JP coming from because I don't believe shit, but I get where Taz from because I read a lot. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta at some point you gotta start taking in information and having discernment of what the fuck on how you really think, not how you think. You gotta have discernment of what makes more sense. And I would say that to you, Jay Prince. A lot of this shit that black people gonna teach us don't make sense. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You just got like
it makes sense though. Slavery didn't make sense within itself.
But it's not that slavery. So don't think about it like that. Think about it as how is it taught to the generations after it ended. You know what I'm saying? You got motherfuckers in Florida telling the school kids don't teach slavery because somebody's gonna get offended. But when you come to the west or the East Coast, they gonna give it to you raw. Ain't none of that. Oh, somebody's offended. No, white people enslaved black people, and this is what it is. White privilege does exist. Blah 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 blah. It's just different people.
But wait, slow down though. But Pookie, watch this though. Check this out. So the conversation we've been having this whole time though was what? Them black people wasn't no bitches. Don't call them no slaves. Them black people in Florida wasn't no punks.
No. Them Seminole niggas got busy. I think I might have heard you talk about them.
Right, but so but I'm saying to the point of, if we're gonna have that conversation, then shouldn't we be able to say the history about slavery in Florida may be different and should be written different than the history of slavery in, let's say, Texas or Alabama?
That's a fact. That's a fact. And this is where the discernment comes in at, Taz. And this is where the actual obtaining the knowledge and saying, okay, Florida slavery was different. Or it could have been the same on the base level, but a lot of these niggas fought back in Florida. They might not have did that in Texas. You know what I'm saying?
Now, Texas has some rebellions too. I was using it.
No, I would assume everybody has some form of rebellion in every state, but it was
every state wasn't, but you couldn't escape to every state.
Yeah.
Right. So like Mexico was the place you could escape to. You could escape to the north, but Florida was also a state within the South that you could escape to.
Yeah. And they did a lot of mixing down there, and I think a lot of that happened. I don't think the Spanish were as harsh, or the French were as harsh as the motherfuckers from England. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they're not to say they wasn't fucking fucked up too, but I don't think it was that fucking what they call them, British, the fucking what's their whole little country, their whole little empire called?
I'm sorry, who you say?
No, I'm talking about the British people. Their slavery was different than, their slavery was different. Spanish slavery, French slavery was different than English slavery. You know, so when
for like indentured servitude or what? I don't know what you mean. Slavery is slavery.
No. But what I'm saying is different European cultures, different European cultures accepted and allowed certain things that others wouldn't with slaves. Like them French and them Spanish motherfuckers was out there having babies freely with slaves, and they would incorporate them into their culture. The English slave motherfuckers wasn't really doing it like that. They didn't give a fuck. Them German and English motherfuckers, they didn't care. You gonna be a slave if you my seed. The Spanish and French niggas, they had a problem. They literally had a problem with having babies with slaves and incorporating them into their culture. I don't think it was the same with the German and the French type oppression and slavery. I could be wrong, but from what I read, I think they had different forms of slavery. You still was a slave. You still gonna go out there and pick that fucking cotton. But if I had a baby with you, you might not have the same oppression as the other blacks. The motherfucking English and German niggas didn't give a fuck. You get what I'm saying?
We do it now. Like, I be seeing black folks in the hood, they be like, especially in the ghetto, like they be so happy to get close to a white man, like, or Arabic man at the gas station. Like, if they get them a job and stuff like that, or or the Arab, do some little stuff, give her a little extra packs of meat for free, or give her some cigarettes. I see how niggas be acting when they get around them. They be so goddamn treating this man like a lord of everybody. And they will whoop niggas over to protect them motherfuckers.
But I think niggas do the same thing for black people too, though, Jay Prince. Hey, if that's Mr. Jenkins, he own that corner store. Mr. Jenkins looking out for the whole community. Something costs $1.50 and you only got $1, and Mr. Jenkins throw that shit to you for $1. He's gonna get treated the same way. Protect that man at all costs. It ain't. I don't think it's a cultural thing. I think it's a give and take. This man holds us down, and we gonna hold him down. It's just it's just that we see in the hood, we don't own businesses where we see black people doing the same things as the Hispanics who might give you a free pass, the Arabs or the Asians.
Like, a lot of these black folks be embarrassing me. Like, I don't like it, especially like I be seeing Arabs beating the shit out of black men and stuff. I be like, dog, man. and then niggas that would help the Arabic. Like, I don't be liking that shit. Like,
Yeah,
Arabic ain't
that's
finna help you
YouTube.
get on
That's
Arabic
YouTube
person.
though. You know, but that's YouTube. You know what I seen? What I seen growing up is most of the time they not getting no help. Them Arabs, them Asians, they getting fucked up in the hood and they ain't getting no help. Niggas is brutalizing them niggas in the hood. You got to talk about that also. Am I wrong?
Well, no. At sometimes they do it, but we haven't seen, outside of Gullah Geechee wars, we haven't seen black men fight the white man since Alabama in that pool, in that boat situation. We talking about seeing a bunch of black folks fighting white men in the groups physically. Ever since Gullah Geechee, I think ever since the Gullah Geechee wars, Alabama in that boat thing was the last time that you seen niggas. Most time niggas is used to marching for the white. And that's not our way to fight. We gotta fight with peace.
But
all this peace ass shit it just be crawling my skin.
I think you thinking wrong, dog. You can't fight them niggas head up like that. You gotta use different tactics. These white niggas is out here. They not fuck the guns. They buying up all the ammo.
Sometimes you gotta be willing
You
to
can't
die
go
for
buy
the.
bullets now. They getting all the bullets. So you
I
can't
already
just be like,
died
yo,
for the cause.
let's hop on the front line with these white niggas and get busy. They gonna destroy us.
How many times have you ever fight somebody that you know they was gonna whoop your ass?
A lot, nigga. I told you, nigga. You know my motto. Nigga, don't scare me.
You're not gonna live forever. But what matters is the story that's been told. That before you go, I'd rather die and stand in my ground than just lay down and live in Socrates. I can't do that.
But the thing is, Jay Prince, if me and you decided to get busy like that, niggas
I'm gonna kick your ass.
No, it's gonna be RP Pookie, RP Jay Prince for 2 weeks, nigga, and your story's not getting told. It's over, nigga. Them niggas are stupid.
I'm gonna spank that ass like them Gullas.
Nah, nigga, we taking that L. We gonna take that L, and niggas is gonna be looking for the next new hot thing on YouTube.
Now look, I don't like that shit when them Chicago niggas be calling niggas gay Geechees. Like, you can tell they don't know the real story about Gullah Geechees. That stuff be bothering me when they be. That's the only thing that be bothering me from Chicago when they be saying, "Oh, he a Geechee," meaning that they gay. That shit be bothering the hell out of me.
Oh, that's a slang. That's a slang they have for gay people out there.
Yeah, calling niggas Geechees. Like Geechee niggas is gay as up. See, you can tell they never know. You can tell. And then when Tasman told me Gullah was all on Nickelodeon, taking them as a joke. Like, the Gullah Geechees wasn't no fucking joke at all.
I would say when Gullah Island was out, it was very popular. I don't think niggas took that as a joke. I got little when was that shit out? That shit was out a long time ago. I got little sisters and everybody that watched that. I like that show. So it was more educational. So I don't look at it as people taking that as a joke. It was an educational show.
They narrating the story. They not gonna narrate it the way I wanted to be told the truth. Them niggas was spanking them white man's ass.
But you can't teach that on Nickelodeon, dog. You gotta teach the culture, not the war. The Nickelodeon ain't going for that.
Yeah. And we already know how Nickelodeon played. Then he was raping kids.
Ah, shit, dog. You talking about that's a whole nother thing though. But that's different than, hey, you gotta respect it if a show called Gullah Island gets on TV. That shit, it was very entertaining and educational, especially to little black kids. It wasn't that shit wasn't it wasn't no cooning. It wasn't something that was cooning. I think that show was a benefit if you wanted to learn about that culture. I can't say nothing bad about that show.
I do not like when people be dissing them. Like, you know, that's my kinfolks. My uncles them on my dad's side. You know, my dad. I remember my dad first told me, I was like, "What does Gullah Geechee?" Then his brothers them told us, you know, and then they be keeping ties and history of all of this type of stuff.
Yeah, my people
And I was
from
so excited when they was telling me, that's why I got the heart there the way I got. Like, fuck all this. Let's fight them motherfuckers back. I got that Gullah in me, boy.
my people from South Carolina, but they not from the Gullah Geechee. They more so from the they more inland.
What's up, Pookie? The real Pookie.
Yo. What up, yo?
Ruthless.
I ain't been on a panel. I ain't been on a panel with this ignorant nigga in a minute. Let's fight.
Yeah.
Nigga.
Yeah, you've been moving real. You've been moving
Nah,
real
fuck with
silent, like a ninja on these spaces.
What up, Ruthless?
What's going on?
What up?
Ain't nothing changed about me though. I'm still talking my shit.
Yeah, nigga, I wouldn't see it no other way with you. But so I would say this, Jay Prince, you gotta listen to what Taz is actually saying, dog. We are all American. I don't really look at it like that because we get treated differently, but we are all American, and going to war with these people, that shit ain't reasonable. It is not, and it's not logical. We'll get wiped out. If we had to ask every black man in America, how many guns you got? Niggas will tell you I got 20 guns. Nigga, how many bullets you got? Niggas will say, nigga, 50. These white niggas got fucking thousands of bullets. You can't play around with these white people, dog. They have shown us throughout history they are willing to go to any extent to maintain power. You can't.
Real quick, he say, Jay Prince, check your ancestry tests on your channel. They are on sale right now. Those tests it's only 30% accuracy. They don't even go back only but 200 years. They go back four grandparents ago, 4 to 8 grandparents ago. We all have millions. We got thousands of grandparents.
Yeah, and honestly, if you look at the ancestry test, that only goes as far as the pool they have to test. So let's just say, you know how they be telling niggas you from West Africa. If they only tested
right
2% of that population in West Africa, and they connecting the genes that you as an American black have to that 2% of West Africans. But if they were to go inland to the Congo, yeah, you go leave it that way. Oh, yeah, it's the steps that way.
Yeah,
but what happens if you from the Congo? They didn't test the people in the Congo. Your genes might be more related to them. The ancestry test ain't 100% neither. It depends on the pool of people they have actually tested to compare your genes with.
Yeah, and it's a racist type of test too. And then what they would do, they would have black people give you the test to make so you won't think. One thing about white folks, they put a lot of this type of stuff when they want to indoctrinate your ass. They have a black person teaching this shit, so you can say, "Well, it was a black man. I was taught this by a black woman. I was taught this by a black man. Gave me the test to throw your ass off." No, they just like we do with cops. We got black police officers, black judges. No, with the same agenda. They just put a black face there to make you throw your ass off. Those tests is bullshit.
But CJ Prince, I wouldn't say that. Because you have a lot of I know a lot of black men are part of organizations, and you would think you're a part of that organization, you a coon, nigga. But they be real niggas. They just ain't in the streets. They're using their skill set for a different thing to pull people along. You know what I'm saying?
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that.
Well, JD, I'm under the impression that you're on your your revolutionary today move right now, huh?
Yeah, I always been. It's in my heart. I can't help it.
1 minute JP talking about relationships, next minute he talking about let's go to war.
Well, I don't talk about relationships no more.
Yeah, because you're You in one now, right? You in a relationship now, right?
No. Who said I was in a relationship?
I just asked.
No.
I mean, there's a lot of.
I ain't in a
I see some clips on my Instagram. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean,
No, I'm not in a relationship.
Huh?
Huh?
You ain't in no relationship?
Nope.
You single?
Yeah, I'm single.
So, hey, Ruthless. Let me ask you a question.
Y'all go ahead. I'm gonna go use the bathroom right quick.
Yo, Ruthless. Where do you think an armed black revolution would end up at? Where do you think that would get us?
We get wiped out.
Jay Prince got to understand that, like, when shit hit the fan.
First thing they're gonna do, they're gonna find out who the top dogs are, right? Then they're gonna find out who the ones who getting punked, like who are being made to do it, and they're gonna give them. They're gonna drop them the bag, offer protection. Listen, one of the most organized, dangerous cliques of all time in America was the Italian Mafia. That shit was tight, and they got infiltrated, right? They came in. They came in and said, no. We going to penetrate that shit. So revolution would be asinine, right? That would be that'd be quick work. Quick work. So yeah, too many black people making money, having a good time, too many bad bridges, right? Too many bad blood amongst each other, right? Half of us like each other, half of us don't. Quarter of us can't stand each other. Just too many things going on to bring together any type of, unity as far as that.
I would just, they don't even have unity until shit hit the fan.
But
they battle every day just like us. They battle every day.
But there's one different thing though, is they have an indoctrination that's in common, right? Everything comes to America, the country first. That is, they might be battling, going back and forth, arguing, hey, don't like it. But if they make that call, America is threatened. The white people will assimilate. Where black people, we don't have no indoctrination. We don't have nothing we can call like, what we gonna say to get all the blacks that Martin Luther King? We're gonna say Malcolm X, right? They're gonna be like, fuck, because some people ain't with me. A lot of blacks ain't with Malcolm X. A lot of blacks ain't with Malcolm. So we're too divided. We don't have nothing that can compel us together, right? It's just black. Oh, you can say blacks. Let's do it. Because half niggas like, fuck that. So that's what the white people got. They got the foundation of this country, the American principle. That's their foundation. And if that call goes out, you will see them assimilate like none other.
That's a fact. I would just more so. I would push black people. If we want to get power, we have to do it in different ways outside of physical violence, because that shit ain't gonna get us nowhere.
Yeah.
That shit ain't gonna get us nowhere.
Right. Well, if you want power, you have to leave this country. So that's number one.
Say it again.
We have to leave this country.
I don't think so.
I know so.
My people ain't down this motherfucking land for me to fucking be escaped. Nah, I need a piece of that pie. That's how I look at it.
But you're not gonna. What I'm saying is, they're not gonna just give it to you either.
Okay, so who else gonna give it to us?
You gotta take it. You gonna take it.
No.
Now you're talking like JP.
Where are we going if we leave this country?
No, I'm just saying is I'm not saying that's an option. You know what I mean? I'm just saying is for you to retain the type of power which JP and you were talking about, right? That type of that power that we that we have our own together, and we have to leave the country, because you got to understand, if we was to start a movement to bring us together, you better believe America's going to make sure that we stay divided. They're going to infiltrate us because it's too easy. drop a bag here. You know what I'm saying? Pay
That's a
one
fact.
group.
We've seen that with all, with not all, but we've seen that with a lot of Black American political movements. We've seen the shit get, what's the word I'm using? The word I want to use. It get infiltrated. They have infiltrated Black political movements that would have benefited Black people. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's where the Black Panthers went wrong. They were on some, we can get just as violent as y'all. And guess what these niggas did? Hey, you know, we're gonna make a new gun law. We're gonna make a new gun law. The gun law has changed because of the fucking Black Panthers. When we flex the same American right than white people's flex, they changed the fucking law.
Yeah.
So you gotta do it in a different way where they can't do that.
They got boots to the ground though. They got eyes everywhere, ears everywhere, cameras everywhere, people willing to give up information. So if it's just no way you can do it. Any type of assimilation that is a threatening manner will be sought out and destroyed immediately.
See,
that's the same as the Islamic, right? Let's take the Islamic culture, right? They have history of bombing shit here in this country and all that. So they got little cells that they used to have. America have wiped them out so far and got them. Now, once again, anybody coming over here from Persia, anybody coming over here from India, America got eyes and ears on their ass. Anything trying to attack American soil, they got, it's just too difficult.
So let me ask you a question, because you're from LA, and it's a lot of Black communities in LA that are solidified, not ghetto communities, solidified, nice neighborhoods, highly educational. How are those people doing what we say Black people can't do? And I'll give you some examples. You got Baldwin Hills, majority Black. You got View Park, majority Black. What's the other shit across from View Park? I know you know.
From where?
View Park.
Newport.
No, View Park.
New Hawk.
Ladera Heights and all that. Those are wealthy Black people. How do those Black people maintain those communities? Why can't we as Black people look at communities like that and say, let's replicate exactly what the fuck these Black people are doing?
Well,
we don't have to look anywhere else.
They are assimilating to the white American way of living, though. They're not doing anything that's adjacent from the American way of living, right? They're getting their houses, driving nice cars, raising their family, and they're staying out the way. They do not indulge in any renegadish activity, right?
But why does that have? But that's what I'm saying. Why does the renegadish activity always have to be the answer?
No, not the answer. I'm not saying it is the answer. I'm just saying this how these people are assimilating. They're falling in line with the current construct, right? By following the rules. They're not assimilating with any other Blacks. They might, do a barbecue, but they're not doing anything that's.
They still culturally Black. Those are so. This is what I would say to you. They still culturally Black. Those are our family members.
Yes.
That's the auntie who got a little bag and she moved to Ladera Heights to Baldwin Hills. If she's still gonna come to the cookout in the hood.
Yes, and then these people who are assimilating to the American culture, right? They come visit, they leave, and they go live their lives as Americans, typical Americans. They're just going to school, going to work.
But I'm with Taz on this. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that if we're still teaching our kids our cultural history, our cultural relevancy? If you're still teaching them who they are, what is wrong with going to get the bag and calling yourself an American?
Well, if you're on the stance of JP's, stance, then it is problematic because then you will always be looked at as an outcast here. No matter how much you assimilate or how much you walk the fine line, you will always be looked at with a side eye, right? America always have a side eye on us. So, yeah, we are treated differently and we are received differently than any other culture. So, yeah, it is okay.
But we don't have to think about America. We can think about culturally having our own space, and we navigate our own spaces. We ain't got to think about other. This is what I'm saying. You see it with the Hispanics. You in LA, you can go to some places and all of the whole block is lit up in Spanish, and you don't know what the fuck what kind of store that is because it's in Spanish. They do it all the time. Why can't black people do that?
Well, we are doing it.
Where at? Because LA all the major cities is basically getting gentrified.
Well, I mean, to gentrify only means all they're doing is bringing up the quality of the area. So old ass buildings with asbestos, lead, paint, they're going to get that shit up out of here and bring in some more safer and more cleaner, make the environment look more cleaner and stuff. So gentrification is just bringing a better way of life out there as far as structure, infrastructure. So yeah, that's okay. You want that because that will bring the value of the houses up, everything around, and bring the value of everything around it. But now, as far as do black people have things going on in a unified effort?
I think so. And that's why I mentioned
only in the hood.
But that's why I mentioned View Park, Ladera Heights, Baldwin Hills. Because those black people are doing that.
Doing what?
Bringing the quality of their neighborhoods, the education, the motherfucking career choices that their people, their kids, their family members can have different choices in.
Well, they're not doing that. That's a non-negotiable. That's just what's out there for them to get education, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not anything black people doing. It's just, the Chinese and the Japanese, they're doing the same thing. So all of us are people coming over here able to get a proper education if they want to just follow the rules and live life. So that's nothing or extraordinary, right? That is just the American way of life. You get here, get a job, get a good paying job, got to move up, stabilize, and push the family forward.
I think that should be the goal right there. Yeah. I think that should be the goal. Push for shit like that. We don't have to do the armed revolutionary shit. We can do the shit as a community on our own. And we don't. So let me ask you this. When you were in elementary school, was the curriculum not black centered?
Yeah.
Like, did you not come in when you came in the room in elementary school? Did you not have all the black inventors, scholars, writers, poets, political people, all at the top of your classroom, going around the classroom?
You mean as when I was elementary?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that. It was a point in time where black people taught black people shit. Even in our communities, no matter how fucked up they were, we knew who we were. And we knew we just didn't come from slavery.
Yeah, they do have Afro-American studies in college.
No, I'm not saying African-American studies. I'm from New York. And I'm from New York. I'm from a little town that was, when I was growing up, that shit was 98% black. When I walked into my classroom, you seen a bunch of motherfucking historic black people that did major things in this country at a time where everything was against us. And that's what they taught us.
Yeah.
That's not happening no more. I would say we were more, no matter how fucked up it was back in the early 2000s, 90s, and 80s, we learned more about black history and black upward mobility then than we are doing now. Our kids don't know history.
Well, they know history. I mean, what do you mean by that? They still know about the slaves. They know about Rosa Parks. They know all about that. I mean, black people still know about that stuff.
No, I don't. A lot of these little kids don't know that.
Oh, they know
a lot of these little kids don't know that because I don't think they're teaching. I went to an elementary school. Huh?
You still have Black History Month.
Yeah, but when I was in school, nigga, every month was Black History Month. You learning something like it was always centered around historical blackness.
Right. So you still got Black History Month to this day.
A lot of these schools ain't celebrating Black History Month like
Yes,
that.
it is.
You
They
think
have
so?
days off of school. You said you're home. Yeah, it's still got Black History Month. You got Martin, and then even in South Central, right? You got Martin Luther King Boulevard. Feel me? You got. I mean, it's. You know what I'm saying? It's still. Motherfuckers gonna know about the slave movement, all that. That's the one thing the Blacks will always know. I don't care what happens, but their parents are gonna teach them that we were slaves and we fought for this, we fought for that, and appreciate this shit. And that's that.
I guess what I'm really trying to say is the best avenue for Black people as a community, if you want to call us a community, is to actually assimilate and learn how they take advantage of the system that they're in. Do exactly what the fuck they doing.
But assimilation is not needed when there is a quality of life that exceeds the expectations of the quality of life that we have to offer. So why would we need to assimilate as Black people to be strong when there are a lot of well-to-do Black people who are making it in a very, financially capable way? So that, I mean, a lot of times we assimilate back in the day because of poverty, right? We wanted more, so we would assimilate to gain more so we can make more. Now that Blacks are at a good earning level, right, and get good jobs in high places, you know what I'm saying? You got lawyers, you got doctors, et cetera, et cetera. So Black people are not left out from those, or do not have, or they still have the access to all of those things that everybody else got. So the assimilation would be only detrimental, because why, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? They're making money, they're living their life. Now, they see how powerful America is. We see how America is very aggressive. So they're not going to come off their high horse. Never been to school, all those years of college, put the work in, and has made a way for their kids and their family to come and fight for what? And fight for what that their forefathers already fought for and that they're receiving. So in a lot of cases, Black people feel that they're benefiting in such a great way, economically, physically, with all the great medical health benefits, all that. So, I mean, there is no need to assimilate when there is already a construct in place that's, as of this point, and to the average Black person, a win-win situation for them.
So I would say, if you're talking about the average Black person, I think the average person in America is living just like the average Black person in America. I think the fucked up thing with Black people is we think we all in the hood. That is not the case. It's a minority of Black people that are in the hood. A lot of us are lower middle class, upper middle class. Everybody's not living everywhere where niggas is on the corner selling meth and crack all day. The majority of Black people do not live in the hood.
Not anymore. But the majority of the Black people come from the hood.
I'll give you that. Most of our roots are based in those neighborhoods.
Yes. But the majority of Black people come from the neighborhood. Now, see, this is the thing about, and this is why I have the problem with, they say Black culture is trash, right? Or when Black culture, Black people, everybody, 96, 97% of all Black people come from the hood. And then they grow up and they become they become stable, or they stabilize in their environment, and they excel. So once again, poverty, nobody likes poverty. But the thing about poverty, a lot of Black people have overcome that poverty and are now in elite positions in life. So we don't want to champion the success of the economics, which we have achieved, but we want to sit back and look at the hood as the hood is a stepping stone, right? And a motivation. Now, some some people lived in it. Some people, they just became the hood, right? They did their little ways, whatever, gang, whatever activity they was in. But then there's a lot of other blacks who did not, fall into that trap, who pressed forward, who went straight to school despite, the temptation of going out selling drugs and going out getting guns. They went to school, got an education, and now they're living their lives. What's good?
But they also, those people are still connected to people who lived in the more impoverished neighborhoods. That's just your sister. Yes. Your sister got a good job and she got her ass up out of there. But y'all, she's not abandoning her people that are in the hood. She just lives in a different place.
Right. She's not abandoning. No, they're not abandoning. They're just moving to a better quality of life. And also, they're also concerned about their life, right? Because the more better quality life you have, you then become a target. So yeah, you have to get out of there.
And that's more so what I'm saying. I'm a ghetto ass nigga, retarded dumb nigga, right? The hood was my stepping stone. For my kids, they don't know shit about the hood. That's never gonna be their stepping stone.
Oh,
they know what they're grown. They know what they're grown up in right now as their stepping stone. No, they know about the hood, but they don't know about that hood experience. Like they don't have any experience with that type of struggle.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's not to say they can't connect with it, because they definitely can connect with it. Because I live somewhere, they go to a different type of school system than they cousins do, but they're with their cousins every other weekend. So the exchange of who we are as people is always going to be there. Listen, you can say my sister, you can say I work in a warehouse, but my sister is a regional manager of motherfucking Target or some shit. You know what I'm saying? How do we keep those two things together and still have a community? We'll look at the one who made it and like they're a different person, like they're bougie. No, that nigga still ghetto as fuck. He just got a different type of job.
Well, not everybody was in the hood, subscribed to the hood for long term, right? It was just a short term. So found a girl or they found a passion and they moved on. That's the way it goes, right? Not everybody in the hood stays in the hood and are congratulating the hood. They want to move to better things.
I would say this: not everybody. It's the minority of niggas in the hood fucking shit up.
Yeah,
it's not the majority.
Yeah, I know.
It's the minority of niggas fucking shit up.
And they're not. I mean, I'm gonna say this, right? And I will say this to JP's point, right? The government did kind of put a little imprint by dropping them drugs off up in there and them guns, but I still put the blame on us because we turned the guns on each other. So, but it is we are divided in such a way where we can't seem to see past the greed and the hatred that's in our heart for each other.
Yo, you gotta hold it down for like 2 minutes. Talk, nigga. I'm about to run in the corner store. Jay Prince, where you at? Flora. Secretary of State, where you at, nigga? Host the show. This nigga fell asleep. These niggas fell asleep. Yeah, let's run this shit. We're gonna run this shit. Give me like a minute. I gotta run in the store real quick. I'm gonna mute up. I'm still here, nigga. Host the show, nigga. I don't hear nothing.
Ain't nobody to talk to. Shit.
Nigga, speak your mom, sir.
Now JP trying to come back in. He got two.
All right, I'm out. Hold on. I'll be back up in 30 seconds.
Don't be fucking rude.